Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the April 1st, 2026 meeting, Daytona Beach City Commission. We're happy and delighted to have each of you with us this evening. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Commissioner Henry? Present. Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Commissioner Paris?
Here.
Commissioner Strickland? Here. Commissioner May? Here. Commissioner Cantu? Here. Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Here.
Okay, we'll now move on to item number 4, which is approval of the minutes of the March 4th, 2026 City Commission meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. I guess since I wasn't here for the beginning of the last meeting, I forgot that we've already done the pledge and the invocation. We have a motion and a second. All of those who are in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. This motion carries 7-0. We'll now have our agenda approval. If there are any changes, our city manager will address them.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. Presentation item 6C by Mr. Bellichew, City Auditor, will be moved to prior to the comments and inquiries from the City Commission, City Manager, and City Attorney report. And we're adding addendum 8M to the consent agenda, Daytona Beach Racing and Recreational Facilities District Board appointment.
I move to accept the agenda with the said changes.
And for the record, that 6A and 6B was done during the CRA meeting.
What was that? I'm sorry. One more time.
Which, the changes?
What you just said. I'm sorry.
Oh, the 6A and 6B were during the City Commission.
All right. Thank you.
What'd you say before that? You didn't hear it either.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'll read all the changes.
Okay.
The auditor presentation will be prior to the comments and inquiries from the City Commission with the other appointed officers of the City Manager and City Attorney. Add addendum 8M to the consent agenda, Daytona Beach Racing and Recreational Facilities District Board appointment.
All right, I have a motion on the floor that we accept the agenda with the said changes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. No further conversation. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
All those in opposition, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Then we're going to move on to item number 7, which is citizen comments. During this time, citizens have the opportunity to address the City Commission on any item on the consent agenda. My first speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Doyle Lewis.
Items A, D, F, and G. Item A is Halifax Harbor. I would ask that you specifically speak to them about the landscaping. We're in charge of the landscaping. The area is not attractive anymore. They landscape the very front next to Beach Street, but as you go in, the landscaping next to that building, those plants have died. There are plants here, plants there. They're non-matching. The palms are gone. Throughout the entire area, the chinch bug, the weeds, missing boards in the signage. There's all kinds of landscaping problems. We need to address that as well. At one time, it was the #1 marina on the East Coast. It is no longer that. We need to bring it back. Secondly, on the Historic Board, I would ask you, because we're having such a problem, that we take the board from 9 members to 7 members. It still gives you your voting, but it makes it a lot easier to get a full membership board if we don't have too many. We've lowered many of the other boards down to 7. I think we should lower this one down to 7 as well. F, the, what do we have? Oh, on the Tortugas parking, there is parking on the east side of Orange Avenue where we tore down the rec center. There's 3 different parking lots there. Can they be used for game night parking? There's a chamber doesn't have anything at night normally. Could their parking be used and could it be charged? We don't use the pier that's right there. Can that parking be used by them? All right. Plus the building, are we going to get that building back? It's now that they have that huge building, can we take that building back, especially for a rec center for downtown? we're going to use the old rec center as a center for downtown. This building is ideal for a rec center. I think we should take it back. And last one is, the marina parking. We need to do something about the parking at the marina. It's not in the best shape. Plus the boathouse. What's the status on the boating facilities? Remember they built a building, they came to us to take use of the building. What is the status on that? Just like the Peninsula Club came to us years ago, and they use it for a certain period of time, but we use it for the rest of the time? Can we do that with that building as well? Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Doyle Lewis, and on deck is Greg Gimbert.
Good evening, Commission, and happy birthday. I have a friend that has a birthday on today. I had to come to this meeting tonight because of the date, because of the way the Commission meeting has been running for years. I want to talk about the foreclosure and lien process and how that gets started and how the neighborhood does that. Am I looking at the right one? 8B, City Attorney's Office Foreclosure Properties? Okay, I thought so because the mayor was flipping pages. I've run through that with one of the properties that I owned here in the county. And I think the people who complain about their neighbors and stuff should be put under the same scrutiny. Because just because somebody says you're doing something to your home doesn't mean you did. Sometimes it looks like you're cleaning your house and they say you're working on it. I went back and forth for years to prove I wasn't working on my house. I was just storing my tools in my garage. And it became a big, huge problem. They kept getting complaints. I was in my 30s, they were in their 80s. People that are older than you sometimes do not know what they're talking about. And I want to say that right clear twice. I'm a general contractor, always have been. I do speeches on it now. So when you get a complaint on a property, I want to make it very clear. Make sure that complaint is correct. Make sure you thoroughly know that complaint is correct before you go farther on that part. I don't think that gets jumped a lot. It's a way to get rid of somebody. Thank you.
Thank you, Doyle.
Our final speaker for the consent agenda is Greg Gimbert.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Greg Gimbert, 255 Euclid Avenue. I came here to say thank you so much for what you did last meeting. You were first. You won't be the last. It took a lot of courage to go first. There's a lot of problems already in the aquifer, but we have to stop making it worse before we can start making it better. And for your friends on the Ormond Beach City Commission and the Edgewater City Commission, they may reach out to you this week because they'll be facing the exact same decision at their next meeting. So thank you for setting the standard. I know the issue's already over with what you're going to do with the Main Street CRA, but like y'all, I've been here a long time, and with what little bit I have left, I'd like to separate from Let Volusia Vote and just give you a beachside residents input on that CRA thing tonight. How long is all that going to take? Probably 10 years, if history's any guide. I saw a bunch of tactics to slow down traffic that doesn't exist. Those tactics are to slow down traffic that we don't have on empty streets. All night they were worrying about the Ocean Center. Ocean Center, how do we feed off the Ocean Center? Well, the Ocean Center does not have enough frequent patrons to prop up a hot dog stand inside of there, much less the businesses around. respectfully submitted. The Ocean Center's trying, they're doing good, but is not a business model for surrounding businesses. The last time anything worked on the beach side there is when we had residential occupants, owner occupants with disposable income, the people that would walk from the house to the neighborhood and eat or shop or whatever, like what little bit is left around Seabreeze of what's propping that up. We don't have that at Main Street because all those residents fled because of the CRAs. The whole thing tonight was the CRAs, and respectfully submitted after all these years of waiting for the bigger, better thing to build there. What our infrastructure and our streets are already programmed for, built for, is New Smyrna Beach. And regardless of what works in other places like downtown Orlando where everybody is surrounded by high density, what works for Daytona's beach side is best exampled by Flagler Beach and New Smyrna Beach. So if we could consider restoring the residential protections there, instilling a height limit, Xing out the commercial, make it safe for families to move back into that area. Families that'll have disposable income, urban pioneers they used to call them. But respectfully, I just wanted to ask you guys to consider the only thing that's ever proven to work there. And while we're at a reset, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
One final speaker.
All right, we have
I have a comment, if it's okay, on 8A, and I actually know the answer, I just want it on the record. For the Marina, the contract that we're renewing for a year, and it says we can renew up to, I think it was 3 or 4 more years, and that does have to come back to us for, correct?
Yes.
I just want it on the record. Okay, thank you.
okay.
I don't have a.
You don't have any, no motion for the consent agenda?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
We're going to move on to item 11, which is the administrative items. Item 11A is the Fire Department Acceptance of Grant Award, First Amendment, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is a resolution. A resolution amending and accepting a cost reimbursement grant fund in the amount of $15,303,903 from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Resilience Florida Program for relocation and construction of Fire Station Number 1, authorizing a contribution of up to $15,303,903 for matching funds, ratifying work authorization number 213 in the amount of $95,000 for grant services to Planning Solutions Corp., authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute amendment number 1 to the agreement number 25SRP29 and any grant agreement or documents with FDEP in furtherance of the grant acceptance, authorizing the amendment to the budget to adjust revenues and expenditures in connection with any grant funds awarded, and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I do have one speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mr. John Nicholson. He's declined to speak.
What? Okay. We have a motion and a second. No further questions?
I have 2 questions, Mayor.
Go ahead.
The first question is, I know that we have a match amount of $15,303,903. I just want to make sure what account that's coming from.
Good evening, Drew Driscoll, Deputy City Manager and Fire Chief. With regard to the FDEP grant, the match is out of the 301 project account for Fire Station Number 1.
Okay, and my second question is, I know that we took a $20 million bond, so there's going to be a balance of, say, $4.7 million. Where does that go?
So with the $15 million difference, not to mention that some of the cash match is land that this commission approved for purchase, the design, and pre-construction. That goes towards the cash match that we provided. And so the remainder, as it was presented in the City Commission's approved impact fee analysis, Station 8 was a party of that. And so the fees for, or the cost, should you move forward in the future of building Fire Station 8, would come through impact fees after the 301 fund is exhausted.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. No other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. This motion carries 7-0.
I'm going to move on to item 11B. It's a Public Works Department agreement for construction manager general contracting services and agreement for professional architectural and engineering services, fire station number 8. This is a resolution. A resolution accepting the proposals of Wharton Smith, Inc. for construction management services and JL2 Architecture LLC for design and engineering services for the new fire station number 8, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreements, authorizing the expenditure of $170,388 to pay Wharton Smith and an expenditure of $997,000 to pay JL2 Architecture LLC, authorizing certain incidental actions and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
I have no speakers for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You have a question?
I do have a question, Mayor. So when I was looking at this Fire Station 8, I know that Chief Driscoll just said that it was in the impact fee analysis. To my understanding is that we have a need for it, but I don't remember ever approving this budget-wise for 25-26 that this was going to be on the books. So I know we don't have any kind of clear understanding what the total project's going to cost right now, and if we have a funding plan, except for this 4.7 plus the impact fees, and how this project ranks against the other needs that we have for our capital improvement projects. So I don't really feel comfortable voting on this because this is like the first time that I'm seeing this in front of me.
Well, is that so you don't feel comfortable voting on this? And because you just heard about it? Is that what you're saying? And is that it?
Well, usually also in the beginning of the year, we have our strategic conversations about what we're going to put for our projects for I guess it'll be for 26, 27 coming along. But anytime we have a capital improvement project, it's usually brought before us for the budget meeting, not on our impact fee analysis that was done. That was really based on what the needs are going to be. So.
Okay.
This particular item for the fire department is a part of the fire department's long-term strategic plan that has been going on, part of what they submit every year to you all. And now this is why it's being brought forward to you all, because it can be used, the impact fees can be used for this because it's an expansion of what we need in our community. Station 8, Chief, could you tell me the exact location we are looking at based off of the growth of the city? So we would still have to bring something back to you all if once we find out construction costs, but this is part of the strategic plan that is submitted and updated every year from the fire department.
Yes,
but you can
sir.
just give us the exact location.
Yeah, the location is at the northwest corner of Cornerstone Boulevard and Clyde Morris Boulevard, which is across from Clyde Morris Landing Apartments, as you're aware of the location. It's within the project Oasis development that was part of the PD agreement that impact fees purchased the land for.
I've heard it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments? All right. We have a motion.
I'm just curious. I have heard him talk about it up here. You have not heard him talk about it at all?
Commissioner Cantu, are we supposed to be approving projects during our budget season?
Okay, this has been way back. He discussed this and that's what impact fees are for.
Well, I understand that, but we don't know what the total funding is going to be for the entire project. So he could have brought it
But
up.
that has to come back to us.
Okay, well, right now we're approving almost $1 million for a design on something that we didn't have budgeted to us.
Okay.
Am I right? It has been presented to us. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. No further questions or comments. We'll take a vote. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 11C. It's a Public Works Department City Island Shoreline Enhancement Find Grant Submission and Acceptance. This is a resolution. A resolution authorizing submission of a grant application to and acceptance of a grant from the Florida Inland Navigation District FIND for funds in the amount of up to $1,300,000 to defray the cost for Phase 3 construction of City Island Shoreline Enhancement Project. Authorizing the execution of the grant application and the grant agreement should FIND award the grant, authorizing the budget officer to amend the budget if the grant funds are awarded, and providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions?
I have no speakers.
I just want to confirm where the matching grants money is coming from, which account.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I know I'm on the hot spot, but I didn't hear the question.
The question was, where is the matching funds coming from, which account for this project?
The original project is wrapped up as part of Jackie Robinson. We've got governmental impact fees, and we also have a bond that was issued for that project. And the money we receive from FIND will reimburse those two different accounts, and it doesn't change the budget for the project.
I know, but I'm just curious. So the matching funds that we're providing, are they coming from the bond or are they coming from the Jackie Robinson Fund?
The majority of the project is from the bond. We had used some of the impact fees as part of the SOF, and those will be refunded first.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, she's out. 6-0. Okay. Did we take 12A off? Comments, it's actually under.
So Commissioners, last commission meeting, discussion was held in reference to moving the comments from the general public forward. Commissioner Paris asked that this discussion come back up to discuss if we wanted to re-engage this discussion. And so I think that's where we are with this from Commissioner Paris, wanting to see if this is something that we want to do, that you all get to decide. Go ahead.
Well, as we saw, we had some young children here today, and we have a lot of parents that want to come and speak, but they're not able to because they have kids. So I would like to have public comment at the beginning of our meetings if we want to do it for a certain time frame, so that we can have the public give their input, because a lot of people are either elder or they have children that they need to have in bed early. So I think it would be nice for them to have that option to come earlier. I would say for the beginning of the meeting.
I believe this was Commissioner Strickland's.
I was going to say I would be comfortable with allowing public comment at the same time that we have public comment about a consent agenda at the beginning, and still allow residents to talk at the end of the meeting, but you can't do both. You can either talk at the beginning if you got little kids and need to go, or you're old and need to go, or sit and wait until the end.
I think Mr. Gross said we wouldn't be able to do that, but we could give a time limit, correct?
Right. I
Just
think
like the county
if you had a
does.
time limit and a speaker per minute limit, you could do that.
Well, why wouldn't 3 minutes on either end work? That's what we use. I mean, what kind of other time limit are you talking about?
The whole time period, not the.
Like a 30-minute window or 20-minute window, and that's it. Time specific. No matter how many people.
You can't just tell someone they can speak at the beginning, like the motion I was doing, and then you can't speak at the end. So you can do a time limit at the beginning and a time limit at the end, and I believe the county does that, correct? Yes.
I think there was backup in there about what the county and other places
It's
do.
an hour,
But I think it also had where it was on the, yeah.
correct? It's at the beginning and it's at the end.
Correct.
Do we have a time limit at the end?
No,
Do we have a time limit at the beginning now?
no,
So why we gotta put a time limit in there?
because
Yeah, you don't
City
need,
attorney.
you don't need to put a time limit in the beginning. You could let the comments at the beginning of the meeting go on indefinitely if you wanted. You're not obligated to put.
right,
a
I
time
understand that. But you can't, what I'm trying to say, you can't tell someone they can speak at the beginning and not at the end. If they want to speak at the beginning, they can, and they can speak at the end.
Well, then we need to leave it the way it is, because we got enough comments as
That's
it
what you
is.
said the last time. That's what happened.
Right.
That's exactly what happened.
So we already have, they can already speak at the end, they can speak at any consent agenda, any item on the, but,
Don't laugh.
It's not you. It's just the idea. But anyway, okay, so you would like to see it. The issue is there an appetite for this commission to do that? And I after he took it away, there wasn't any appetite. And that was what we said the last time. So, no, you don't have a second. Okay.
Commissioner Parrish would like it at the beginning and at the end?
No, just the beginning.
Just wanted it at the beginning.
Oh, just the beginning?
No. Okay. All right, let's move on.
but the problem is, if you do that, we have people that don't get off work till late and feed
That's
their
true.
family, and then they can't speak. So, I mean, we really can't win unless we did a time limit at the beginning and the end.
Okay.
And Ms. Humphries was here at 92. And
She got the energy of a 20-year-old. She's amazing. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so are we doing,
Do you want Mr. Bellichu before
Uh,
comments?
We do our comments first, or
I would like to hear the presentation.
you want the presentation before, so you can make your comments after that? All right, let him go then.
Well, actually, I wanted to address that. There are some inconsistencies in what he's presenting to us.
But let him present it first.
Well, what I wanted to say was, we have the authority for a third party to review what he's sharing with us, because there's some inconsistencies, and I don't want to just accept a report or belabor us listening to a report that's not accurate. And we've had several situations where his reports have not been accurate, and I would prefer for it to be reviewed by somebody to make sure that we point those differences out prior to listening to what he says to us tonight.
You just want him to not present?
No.
I requested for him to come in, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Basically.
I would like to hear the presentation and be able to ask questions.
Yeah. He's
Okay.
not moving yet.
Is there any other appetite to suspend the presentation until it is reviewed by a third party? Okay.
I would be okay with that.
Okay. No other appetite.
And I'd
Okay.
like, that way both parties could present.
Okay. I don't.
The second party that should be presenting should be the city manager. He's the head of government. So why would we get a third person when we hired a city auditor to do their job? So we should listen to him and then ask him questions if we have a problem with his audit report. The city manager gets the ability to go over that and do a response. So why would we want another third party when he is the head of government and he should be held have the responsibility to, if he doesn't think something is accurate, he tells them.
He's not over Abinette. Abinette is one of three employees that report to us.
Yeah.
I understand that,
So-
but we, in our policy, gave him a chance to respond. Everybody read his response. If he has something else to say after this presentation, I'm more than welcome to listen to Mr. Fietcher. But am I correct? We hired him to do a job, and that's what we should hear. Just because we don't like something in that report doesn't mean we shouldn't listen to it. And he should come out here and explain, and then we ask questions if we don't agree to something.
Is it something, is it that we don't like it, or is it that there have been inaccuracies? That's two
Well,
totally
that
different
could
things.
be-
It's two different things.
Okay,
To me.
that could be your opinion. It could be someone else's, a different opinion.
No, the facts
where-
are,
where is
the
the
facts
attendant
are,
come
are there inaccuracies? Have there been inaccuracies?
Mr. Abinet, do you want to come in from the lobby?
Yeah, come on in. Okay. I don't think we have a,
We don't have a
majority.
Yes. So let him.
We don't need to just go over that or belabor that. Come on up. It's time for your time to present.
You guys settled with you guys settled? You guys agree?
We're having you present your
is to
audit.
present. Jesus.
So good evening, Mayor Henry and esteemed Commissioner. I am Abinat Balacho, City Auditor. I think it's very important to say something before I start business.
I do need you to speak in the microphone or turn it up because I can't hear you as well.
Ms. Bellichu, just pull it up on your tie. Pull it up on your tie. Yeah, push it
Okay,
up, pull it
then
up.
I would suggest using that instead of the.
Yeah, can you just use the microphone?
It's just
He's coming.
What?
I'll have to put it on his chin. Can you put it on his chin?
He has no fur.
Okay. I think for those of you, I think who suggested the report is inaccurate, I have to say here, every single word, not every paragraph, is supported with an evidence. Any commissioner, member, or the city.
I'm sorry,
manager-
Mr. Bellichu, the public's telling me they still can't hear you, so it would probably be best to use that.
So I was saying, any commissioner or the city manager have.
Wait a minute, do we have a mic we can hold? Because he likes to walk around and I
Yeah,
think.
this is
Do you have one?
Well, we don't need him to walk around. I just
Does
need
it
him
come
to
up?
stand there. You know,
I mean, he doesn't.
just take it out of that. Can that come out?
That one won't work.
Okay. I don't need him to walk around.
Thank you.
I think while I know I work for you guys, I think making a general statement probably is not proper. I think if there is any question, you can ask, and I will try to substantiate. When I write this report, I don't write it just on the shadow. I think for a starter, I share with Mr. Fiecher. I work with some other people within the city government. For example, the finding was not 11, it was 13. I think one of the findings we resolved it with the chief financial officer, another finding with David Waller. So before we issue the report, we check every single word. Remember, I'm professionally accountable to what I'm writing. I think it's disappointing. I think
Mr.
without
Bellichu,
an
I'm
evidence.
so sorry to interrupt, but you're
Yes.
going to have to talk loud in there because they can't hear you back there.
Understand.
You're going to have to put the loud voice on like me.
This is, I think, the second time when I have these kinds of incidents, and I encourage all elected officials, I think, to be responsible when they make a comment about professional work. I will say, I think today we are presenting.
I don't think your comment is well taken. So
Look, I'm expressing my professional view. I think when you say the report is wrong, you need to have an evidence to suggest.
You might need to address
Right.
those personally
Exactly.
to anybody personally, but you're not going to admonish us up here.
At the same time, I don't expect, I
That's
think,
not what you're gonna
commissioner
do.
to
So
admonish me on the
present
television.
Present your presentation. I
That-
want you
that's
to do
what
that, but
I
please
came,
don't
I think-
admonish anybody up
No,
here.
I'm not admonishing. I'm defending, I think, the work product I presented. I think making a statement contrary to the fact is not fair. I think
present your
Mr.
idea,
Fiecher
just
and
present.
I,
work together.
She's gonna present.
Look at it, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, just present.
So I think the first audit report we issue is the car allowance report. I think, as you know, we discussed. I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Any question?
No question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead
so
with the presentation.
in this car allowance report, I think we identify certain finding. I think the first finding we find there is no mileage tracking for take-home vehicle. In our view, the take-home vehicle, some of the take-home vehicle should be tracking mileage for a good reason. I think I think to differentiate the personal usage as well as the business use of this vehicle. In addition to that, I think, remember, it is the IRS rule, the personal mileage is taxable. Without proper tracking of those mileage, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to determine what percentage of the vehicle is used for personal purpose versus for business purpose. The second finding is we believe all city vehicles, with the exception of police and certain vehicles, should be marked with a proper city logo. I think we identify multiple city vehicles, city take-home vehicles. They don't have the city logo, or in some cases a city tag, and we are making a recommendation. And I think to give Mr. Fletcher credit, since our audit report shared with him and discussed with him, he addressed, I think, some of the vehicle currently displaying a logo. Some take-home vehicle is taken away from some people. To give an example, in a particular department, there was about 14 take-home vehicle. Currently, it is 4, reduced to 4. We display, we are talking accuracy, a photograph of some of the vehicle for you guys to see and to judge. Remember, as an auditor, my role and responsibility is to make recommendation. The implementation is between you and the city manager. Why logo is important? It will improve public accountability and transparency, deter of misuse. It will increase public trust and confidence. It will ensure compliance and audit trail. It will provide safety and recognition. And it will be the best policy for the city to implement those things. The third finding is questionable assignment of take-home vehicle. Like I said, we identify certain position, and we advise the city manager those positions do not need a 24-hour fully fuel and maintenance funded vehicle to be assigned to the people. Like I said, to his credit, he reduced from 14 to 4 just in one department. And also, I think for those of you who question the audit finding, this is a good indication. Not only we write the finding, Mr. Fletcher understood our finding is valid and take proper action. We also noted this take-home vehicle, not only the city of Daytona which pay fuel and maintenance, they are also paying the car wash expense and other things associated with vehicle. We try, for example, to verify some of the receipt related to the car allowance, the car wash allowance. We ask the police department to be with us when we go and check with the car wash company we were provided. The car wash company next to me was the chief of police, stated to us the receipt we are presenting is not the receipt. So you can verify this with the Chief Young, he was with me. I think potential non-compliance with IRS, the reason we are saying this, if you have a take-home vehicle, if you don't have no way of determining which part is used for personal versus private, it will be difficult to report properly the benefits the city is providing for the employee. The city commission has a right and authority to determine and to give a car for the people, but I'm afraid they don't have the authority to exempt them from paying tax. Outdated vehicle allowance policy. The current vehicle allowance policy is written in 1991. It lacked many things in our review. For example, documented eligibility criteria tied to operational travel need, mileage documentation or substantiation of business use, requirement for IRS accountable plan, and many other things. There was a discussion, me and Mr. Fager, I think, worked together, in my view, collaboratively, about the accountable, non-accountable policy determination. Remember, this is a personal choice. The city can choose the accountable method, and in our calculation, we provided data for Mr. Fager and other staff. The city will save way over $200,000. In the current car allowance structure, there is many inconsistency and unfairness. I think some people, Mr. Fager will agree with me, travel non-frequently for work purpose, get the same amount of money. Some people frequently travel for work purpose. This is a documented thing. I think we have about 85 people taking car allowance with the total amount of money way above $300,000. On top of that, we are also providing take-home car for certain people with unlimited fuel, unlimited maintenance, and we are in a view it will be efficient and effective. We have a clearly written policy identifying eligible criteria and determining a car allowance based on the operational need of the particular employee in question. We discussed this before. I think in some cases we have an evidence to support it. The car allowance is used as a compensation rather than travel reimbursement. We are in a view, if a particular employee's salary is less than what that position requires, I think we should adjust the salary of that particular employee instead of doing through car allowance. I discussed lack of reasonable assessment because if you compare two different positions with different needs of amount of time in travel, I discussed this with him very well, and he is in agreement in my view. These two different positions will receive the same amount of monthly car allowance. We don't believe that is the right way of handling these things. So basically, I think our report related to car allowance is this. I think we hope the city leadership, you guys, and including Mr. Fager, will take our recommendation seriously and have discussion and implement. And we are doing work, I think, in only one thing is in hand. How can we improve the operation of the city of Daytona Beach in the most efficient and effective manner, regardless of...
Mr. Belchu, before you go on to the next,
Yes.
I would like to say a few things about that. When I was looking at that report, I noticed something that wasn't even in that report. And those pictures, we have city vehicles riding around on plates that look like residents. And there is a state law that requires all city government to have city plates with a distinct color. Only law enforcement, there's an exemption, but not all law enforcement. So I went to Monday in my gender review, Mr. Fager and Mr. Gross, and told him this. He told me, exact words, he's calling the tax collector about this. And I said, I already called the tax collector, but we don't even need to call the tax collector because that night I emailed the Florida statute for city government tax, and I emailed the Florida statute for law enforcement. This is what it says. It says, permanent license, what? No, this is a big deal. You don't think this is a big
It's
deal?
not that I don't think it's a big deal, but what you're doing is taking away from his report.
I'm not taking away from his report because he had the picture on there. And do you know how many vehicles that we have with regular license plates? Do you know that's a misuse of taxpayers' dollars? Because we are renewing those decals as well and not paying taxes on it. So the chief should have, and it states, firemen, you should let me read this. It states he should have a government tag. Every single vehicle in this city should have a government tag. That includes the city manager. Now, I find it hard to believe that I brought this forward and a city manager, and no disrespect, should know this. If I knew that we had vehicles without city tags, I would have came up. I knew this without even looking at this law.
Okay.
And I'm happy that he is actually taking action. But the problem that I have with all this, okay, everything is always, oh, our policies are outdated. Well, a policy was in place. It might be outdated, but you go by that policy until you update that policy. So that's no excuse.
Okay.
This is misuse of money.
All right, you can continue.
I think, Mayor, for fairness, if anybody has any question related to the car allowance, one, I will be able to answer it here, or they can come to my office and I will be able to address it. Again, to repeat my statement, every single thing we write in here has cross-checked and supported by evidence. I think most importantly, I discussed with the city manager multiple times.
Mr. Bellichu, I did want to say that we have 89 confidential tags. 85 of those are assigned to the PD, 1 to the city manager's office, and 3 were to the fire department. I also want to say that I've served in 3 communities as city manager, and the vehicles that have been assigned to me by the city have all had the same tags, no yellow tags. So it's not a matter of me saying that something is wrong, but all 3 of those municipalities have done that. And I just want to make sure that this information is provided from David Waller, that showed me, provided me with that the 89 confidential tags in our fleet, 85 are PD, 1 to the city manager's office, and 3 to the fire department, and that was the total. So I just wanted to put those items on the.
True, but I think
And
we did
Mr.
not.
Belchu, I would like to say something too. Law enforcement, there is a Florida statute, some law enforcement is exempt from those tags. It clearly states a permanent license plate shall be issued for any motor vehicle or exclusively operated by the state or by any county, municipality, or any other government entity. All such license plates shall be a distinctive color and different from the plates issued under 320.06. So a manager is not exempt, no deputy city manager is exempt from yellow city tags. Now, the logos, I'm sorry, the logos, there is no state law for that. But if you're representing our city, I would think if you're working for the city, you should love our city and you should have our logo on it. But you are not exempt. Also, you do have emergency lights on the back of your vehicle. Could you tell me what you use those for?
Matter of fact, all city vehicles have those lights on all city vehicles.
Every single,
Yes.
okay, I can see law enforcement, public works.
Every single, I do not have police lights on my vehicle. All of our lights on city vehicles, all city vehicles have lights on it. And Commissioner, I'm not saying that you are wrong, but let me just say that. What I'm stating to you is I just gave you the facts of how many confidential tags we had, and also that we were going to get with Mr. Gross and the tax collector's office to get the actual state statutes. It is not a matter of what's right or wrong. And it's not saying you that we just want to get our stuff from our commissioner, from the city attorney.
And I think the city attorney, I talked to him, the law is clear as a bell. Did you not say that, Mr. Gross?
Well,
And you are already.
I wanna stop this.
No, but the manager
no.
is acting like it's okay that you do
wanna
not
stop
have
this.
city tax.
I'm gonna stop this, because this discussion is for Mr. Bellichu, and it's his presentation. and is feeling as though it's being hijacked to go into another direction. I'm not going to allow that. What I'm going to allow is for Mr. Bellichew to make his presentation, and the questions that if you have any, you make them directed to Mr. Bellichew. And that's it. There will be no more back and forth between the manager over license plates that I don't think were a part of his report. We're dealing with his report, and I can't properly, I'm trying to follow the report as I have it. I cannot consume what he's giving me and make decisions based on what I'm hearing or raise questions, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm feeling distracted. And if you wanna, that's something that you wanna address, it's gonna have to be done at another time. Can't be done now, it's just not working. Okay, please.
Thank you, Mayor. But Mr. Fager, I think first of all, if you read our report, it did not mention your vehicle, for a starter. Second, we also said in here, it's important to note that this observation does not pertain to the police department, where legitimate operational and safety consideration may justify the use of unmarked or specially assigned vehicle. So I think we went to the extent to tell the truth. We are not asking all vehicle. And what's also a fact, me and you discuss, work together, and under your decision, you reduce the number of vehicle in one department from 14 to 10. I think it's credit to you. So I think sometimes this is disappointing. People are discussing something we did not write, and I'm encouraging everybody to read it the way it is. We exclusively said we are not talking about police vehicle.
So, Mr.
Any other
Bellichew, I
question?
can ask the
Yes.
question.
Sure.
So are you finding that these vehicles are not, no mileage log is being kept? Are you finding these vehicles being used for personal, you imagine?
Some of the vehicle, yes. I think I work with the IT department, get some GPS reporting.
Do they all have GPS?
Not all vehicles. There is some vehicle doesn't have GPS tracking. We confirmed this.
How about
with-
the one that wasn't a firefighter that had a vehicle? Did that have a GPS?
That particular car has a GPS, but that particular vehicle, because before our audit, Mr. Fager knows these things, doesn't have a logo to indicate it's a city vehicle, and also questions the legitimacy of that particular position will have a 24-hour take-home vehicle. I think because he agreed with us, he, I think, told me in writing those vehicle is no longer take-home vehicle. If I'm correct, then we
Was
reported it as
that
such.
vehicle being misused after work hours, since you said you looked at the GPS?
Yes, I think there is some indication. Those vehicles are used for other than work purpose. I think some
Was
of
there
the
a
thing
mileage
is,
log?
No, there is no any law. I mean, some of the things is very difficult, I think, to conclusively say this is done fraudulently or not, because I think one, there is no log. Second, I think there is no any proper policy.
No policy.
So in our writing, we did not blame in most of the cases a particular person. We said if you improve the policy, it will benefit the city in this way or in that way.
Can you restate that again, because I think that's important. This seems to be a lack of a policy, and you need to have a policy in place.
Exactly.
And I think that out of all of this, much of what we need to do is make certain that we tighten all of the policies up in every area. And so I appreciate you saying that. And I appreciate any reaction that you can have to show us when you are improving the policies as you see a need based on conversation and based on what this is done. So I think it'll help the community to get a better understanding if, when there's a policy need, and you and him have agreed on it, maybe you should just come out and say that.
Well, it is part of the document. All of the policies were approved, and you all provided them on February the 1st and February 2nd based off of recommendations and discussions that were held with staff and Mr. Bellichew. So those policies have been updated on February the 1st and the 2nd, and were sent out to all the commissioners at that time.
Okay.
Mr. Belchu, were they going by the old policy? Because that policy was adopted. So even if the policies needed to be renewed or whatever he just did, they still should be going with the old policies? Will we
There is,
going?
thank you. There is instances, I think, policy was not followed. I think I have discussed, sometimes, I'm very much confused to extent because there is nothing I have done Mr. Fletcher did not know. I think we work collaboratively, I think day in, day out, about all of the things. We come to consensus, in my view, I think reflected on his letter. I said multiple times to city employee, including Mr. Fletcher and myself, our goal should be, is there a better way to do things? If it is, we should stop, defensiveness or attack or labeling, this or that unnecessarily. We should say, okay, this is the best way to increase efficiency, to save money for our city, we'll take. In some cases, there is a possibility, for example, there is other reason they will not be able to do. I think as professional, discussing those things and coming to the conclusion is a better approach. Look, it's probably new for many of the city employee, the audit process and the structure of the audit office. I think because of that, I think people sometimes tend to see this like as a prosecution. I think there is time people ask me, why you are not telling me before you come? In auditing, there is a thing called surprise audit. The purpose of surprise audit, for example, let us assume you purchase television with government money. If I tell you, you will bring the television from wherever and you'll put it there. It doesn't make any sense. I should be able to come and to verify those things on the spot, and auditing terminology will be called surprise audit. So I think some of the things is a training thing, but my understanding, unless Mr. Fletcher says otherwise, he is aware of every single thing we wrote in here. We discussed it multiple times together, sometimes with other stuff. For example, I said earlier, an audit finding related to the fire department, and I went to David Waller, and I share with him. And Mr. Waller, I think with good expertise and knowledge, advised me, and we discussed, we did not include that. And there is another finding after we wrote it, I think the CFO worked hard to show us, while they don't have the internal control we are asking, but they have compensating internal control, will do the same thing, and we did not write it. So I think to suggest otherwise, it will be, I think, unfortunate. If there is any question about the vehicle allowance,
one
I'll
more
move
question.
to-
So were we following the state law on there with our vehicles?
Like I said, in some cases, because, some of the people may not aware about this state law. Some of the vehicle we observe it and put their picture doesn't carry the city logo. In some cases, some of the vehicles, they don't have the city proper plate. We, in our view, with the exception of police in certain position, all city vehicles should carry the city logo. It's a pride thing. I think the city purchased the vehicle, why not we put the logo? And we know we are right because they, after we communicated with them, they put the majority of the vehicle we were reviewing currently have a logo. If we were wrong, why those things has changed? They would say you are wrong and they should not have done it. I have a direct email communication from that particular department acknowledging the logo is done. And this is a good thing. We all should celebrate it. I say to him, my goal is to see some of the recommendation is improved for the betterment of the city. If they implemented it, I write it as such. Contrary to what is described in here, when we see good things, we acknowledge it. I think in this report, I acknowledge the cooperation I receive from a variety of people in the city in writing. And we also discuss some of the corrective action plan they implemented it. So I think calling 2 + 2 = 5 is just a wrong attempt because 2 + 2 is always 4.
Are we following IRS standards?
There is, like I said in the report, there is a potential, the keyword is potential, exposure to the city for the following reason. The IRS regulation is clear. Any personal use of a vehicle should be reported as a taxable.
Should be recorded as a,
Exactly. So if some vehicle, for example, whether due to the lack of policy or understanding, if they are not tracking the mileage, which we know they are not doing in some cases, so it will be difficult to assume the reporting will be accurate. But we also know another thing. I think potentially IRS is not looking at the city of Daytona Beach and will not jump up and down about this issue. So when we make recommendation, we are making recommendation before bad things happen. If we do these things, it will be prevented. For example, if you use this methodology rather than the other methodology, we will save money for our city. So that's beneficiary. If you read the majority of our reporting, there is a good reason our reports say recommendation. It's not instruction. The reason we are calling it recommendation is we recommend you consider this approach or that approach. And I think when I go one by one, you can ask any question you want, not about paragraph, about a word, and I'll explain to you with evidence why I use that word in that paragraph.
Do you think
we have a professional requirement?
Do you think we have an
Writing is
insurance
supported.
liability as well?
There is a good possibility. The reason is, say for instance, I get a car allowance. I wrote it on here, $69.25 per week. If the city did not verify I have proper insurance, for example, in my case, I said I used my own example for Mr. Fletcher. They did not. How I know? Because nobody asked me. And I am driving for work purpose, get accident. If I don't have proper insurance because I'm traveling for business purpose, the city potentially will be liable. People will say, Abinat, why you are using potential? Because when you go to the court, to prosecution, there is many additional factors will involve. So our suggestion is, why not avoiding it totally by doing the following thing? Do not create a potential liability for our city because the city will be benefited by that.
Mr. Bellichu, I do have a question that I think needs providing of clarity. The city of Daytona Beach, we do not operate on an accountable plan. We operate on a non-accountable plan.
I know.
So I don't want anyone to think that we are violating any IRS tax issues because our plan is under the non-accountable plan. And I think that's what I heard in some of the conversations here tonight.
No, I will explain to you. Whether you use the accountable or non-accountable, with this take-home vehicle, the personal mileage should be tracked because that's the personal benefit for a person for a personal reason. That's what I'm saying. In addition to that, I think there was a discussion before this accountable and unaccountable. My suggestion is you should consider to convert it to accountable because if you change it to that, you will get money. Look, this is a personal choice for the city. They can use non-accountable and it will be costly. We calculated and we presented that. They can convert it to that. It will be much cheaper. We are saying simply, this affects me personally. If we converted it to accountable plan, we are paying employee only when they travel. So that the employee is not in disadvantage and the government is not disadvantaged. You can select the most expensive method because it's a personal choice. As an auditor, we say, I think you should consider your choice and you converted it to less expensive way. That's what we are saying.
I'd like to go back to the concern that has been addressed by Commissioner Cantu regarding the tags. And I'd like for the manager or staff, whomever, to investigate these confidential tags we have, because there may be something that says that is applicable rather than having a city tag. But we need to know what it says, because we've had confidential tags apparently for some reason. You said we've got 83, 85? That is a term you use, right?
Those are with the police department.
They're exempt.
Yeah, so they are exempt. But we are looking into it. And Ben, evidently you were typing during the middle of the meeting because you just sent an email about tags.
The question was just presented to me this week while we were, getting ready for the commission meeting. So I've had to do some research on it. And Yeah, the law does allow for undercover police vehicles to be titled in a fictitious name.
Only.
Otherwise, and other law enforcement vehicles under certain conditions. And then otherwise, you have to get a plate with a state plate, a government plate that's distinctive from a normal license plate.
Correct. The only thing is law enforcement, I can read it here, is allowed is application with the department, forms furnished by the department, which includes a statement that the license plate or decal will be used for Attorney General, Medicaid fraud, control unit, or law enforcement, or any state public defender's defender office activities. Other than that, everyone, and it clearly states in the state law, firemen have to have county tax. I mean, clearly, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I found out.
Okay.
Mayor, again, indulge me. That's why I think we explicitly say we are not talking about police car. We are not talking about other restricted car in our report. We said, I think there is other car. They don't have logos. They don't have a city plate, and they should consider to implement it. In my understanding, except Mr. Fisher take away some of his own work tonight, he did implement it. I think some of our recommendation, like I said repeatedly, if we are wrong, I think you should not implement it. I think that's a good evidence.
I'm really dumbfounded that
Yeah.
as a city, we did not know this. Well, I knew it, but I didn't know we had vehicles out there without city tags. And I was just dumbfounded when I found out we're a city with over 900 employees, and we're actually paying taxes on those tags and renewal of the decal. So I was like surprised, because when you get government tags, you're not paying all the renewal and taxes. And so it was like, it's something that a city with over 900 should know the law.
Okay. So I have a question for Mr. Bellichew. In your conversations with the city manager, I'd like for you to share with him the receipts that you found so that he can see this misappropriation of funds or whatever you're saying.
He knows about it, but if he wanted it, I'm more
I want you to
than
give
happy
them to him,
provide.
please. If
No,
he
no
hasn't
problem.
asked for them, I want you to give them to him.
No problem.
He needs to see them.
No problem.
Thank
We
you.
have everything. I think I share with Commissioner Paris some of the thing because she requested. We are willing and able to share any of the documentation anybody we want. I think you use the word misappropriation. In our audit finding, there is no such word.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I retract
So-
that word then, sir.
Exactly.
Just
I think
share
it's
with him
very
the receipts,
important
please.
to read what we said and what we did not say. Because I think, damaging another person's reputation not only is not fair, it is unprofessional in my view. Can I continue about the...
Hold it. She has a
fire truck?
question?
Yes.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions.
Right.
So you said that the cars were reduced from 14 to 4. You mentioned
In
that
one just
twice.
department. I gave
No,
an example,
I know. Hold on.
exactly.
It was 14 to 10 cars.
Exactly.
You said 14 to 4.
In
So
the-
I just
in the
wanted,
meeting,
No,
You did. It's a mistake.
I just wanted
Exactly,
point
yeah.
of clarification.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, no.
fine. I
But you wrote
understand.
10.
Yeah,
That's
exactly,
number one. And
yeah.
what
They
department?
reduced by 4 cars.
Okay, what
Yes.
department was this?
This is the fire department.
Okay, and what happens to those 4 cars? Where do they go?
They were take-home vehicles for paramedicine and
Okay.
community relations, I believe. Those 4 cars are now assigned to a police, not a police station, at a fire station, and the staff member that is responsible for going out through paramedicine and community, they bring their car to that station, and then they drive those cars throughout the day.
Okay. And also, I did request a report from both city manager and the auditor about a list of positions, departments, type of cars being used, and if we have miles per use, that they're working outside of their office hours, right? Because this is the point of having a take-home car.
State that question again.
I just want to know. So the reason for a take-home car is because they are traveling outside of office hours for their position, correct?
Yeah, sometimes, yes, they may be on-call individuals or have to come in And so those, all staff members, via email after a conversation with Mr. Belcher, they're looking at anyone that has take-home vehicles to make sure they meet what our needs are.
Okay, so can the whole commission, can we get a copy of that list?
Yes, you'll get that list, and also the questions that you raised, and for us to have a response, we will give back to all commissioners as well.
All right, and just this is my point on this. I believe all city-owned vehicles should have GPS, should be identified as city property with a fixed logo. I would like to, I am reviewing the copy of the policy provided, the ones that you did in February. So I'll give some suggestions once I finish reviewing it. And I just want to make sure that we have the car allowance and the acceptable uses when they do have these take-home cards. Another thing I think we do need is mileage logs should be provided weekly for any out-of-office travel so we could see if the cars are truly needed. And then another concern I just had that came up, where are the cars being serviced and how often? I don't know if that's something we could do in-house or if that is outsourced. And the last question, because Mr. Bellichu brought it up about providing documents of valid driver's licenses and updated car insurance. That's important. Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute,
If
you
you allow
said
me,
we,
Commissioner, can I
wait a
ask-
minute. You said, Mr. Fiacher, that we do that. She was talking about.
The requesting of valid driver's license.
No, before
Maintenance.
that.
Maintenance?
Maintenance. Yes, you said we do that. Okay. Well, we looked at a report and we just approved the 4 boys, but we just looked at
When did I just say that?
she just asked
now.
you, just
When
now.
I asked, I
I
said,
said that there is some
I want to know
maintenance that we done.
where the cars are being serviced
Yeah.
and how often. I want that information.
Okay, do you not know that now?
We have a contract with 4 boys, but I don't
We
know
just approved that contract. So is the fire department going to be with 4 boys as well?
Commissioner, I don't know how often our vehicles are serviced. As a city manager of Daytona Beach, we have a process with fleet maintenance. That's why we have staff, and that's their responsibility. The information will be provided based on how often each vehicle in our entire fleet of Daytona Beach goes to a maintenance shop or the fleet office at the police department, fire department, or in fleet maintenance works on vehicles, because there are fleet staff members with the police and the fire.
Okay, now we got to back up for a few minutes because there's an awful lot of just not the fire department with P cards with 4 boys. Before that contract was just approved recently. And I asked about fleet. Why are we approving and why all these P cards are we're spending at 4 boys? Okay, so I was told that there is not many people that work in fleet. And you recently just took that department and gave it to someone else. Am I correct on that?
The fleet department was aligned better with Public Works, which is a normal place where it
Correct.
should be.
That's where it should.
So yes, we evaluate departments all the time.
Okay.
And we make changes based off best needs and best work products and what should take place. But I'm not understanding your question.
My question is, you just recently, I think probably a month ago, maybe 2, turned over fleet to Public Works because someone else in the city was actually handling that. Am I correct?
Yes, public fleet had transferred probably about 10 years ago.
Right.
Into business enterprise. I think that it's more in tune and aligned to be with Public Works.
Correct. Okay, so, and how many employees do we have in fleet?
I couldn't give you that exact number.
Okay, because I think it was like 3 or maybe 4 with a receptionist.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have more questions?
And that, well, that's the why we had to approve the 4 boys.
Okay.
The 85 cars that you mentioned that do have these special plates, are those take-home vehicles?
Those are police vehicles. Yes.
Police vehicles, okay. Thank you.
Just for clarification, I think when I conducted this, because I have an example in discussion with Mr. Gay. Say for instance, emergency.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can we stop the comments until he is completely through with his his presentation so that we can get through this before breakfast?
Mr. Strickland, this is a pretty important decision.
It's
so-
very important, but I think it's more important that he finish his whole presentation and then we ask questions.
Okay. I understand that, but I do understand the need for some questions, but I really want the questions to go to him and not to the manager at all. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think in my discussion with him, I gave him multiple examples. For example, I may be called for emergency. You guys may be called for emergency. The IT director and many people. So by the fact that you may be called for emergency should not guarantee a take-home vehicle. The reason we are suggesting this is not to attack any particular person. Take-home vehicle will cost a ton amount of money because the city will pay the vehicle maintenance, fuel for those vehicles. So we are trying to work with Mr. Fletcher and the staff. Let's find a way to reduce those vehicles. I think under any circumstance, this makes sense. I think, except unless he changes his mind, he agrees with us, and he is working to implement those kinds of things. In any of our writing and recommendation, we will say, is there a better, cheaper, faster way of doing things? And we make a recommendation. I think, I not try to admonish anybody, but it will be productive if we have the discussion frame in that way, instead of, defense to somebody and attack to another person will be unfair in all accounts. Mr. Mayor, if there is any question about the car allowance, with your permission, I will move to the fire department P card.
Okay.
So we conducted a full audit to the fire department P card. First, why we selected fire department first over the other department? We did not randomly select these things. And we received multiple and consistent allegations about the fire department, not from outside fire department. The majority of the allegation came from within the fire department. Because of that, we acknowledge, I think, many of the firefighters putting their professional career, communicating with us, because they prefer the best interest of the city rather than group, should be commendable. So our first finding, second, I need to acknowledge this thing, and I wrote a full paragraph on it. I am not the kind of person, let's defend the firefighter. No, I think being firefighter is a cause, a worthy cause and a noble cause, should be celebrated. But that doesn't mean we'll give a free rein for those people. Especially, I think there is multiple complaint and allegation from the same firefighter in the lower part of the organization. So that's how we selected. The first finding we encountered is...
Can I ask how many?
Yes.
How many within that fire department, if you don't mind? I know you can't give me names,
More
but...
than 7.
Thank you.
Exactly. I think all of them, they told us different story. We substantiated some of the allegation. We did not do a full-blown investigation in other thing because of the restriction of scope. We respected the commission authority and we stopped there. The first finding is inadequate control over food and beverage purchase. Again, I think I want you to consider what we wrote. The first thing came to our mind is, you guys never approved a budget line item for food. Not a single penny approved for food. So as an auditor, we said, if there is no appropriation for this food, where are they buying food? And our recommendation is, if you guys chose to buy food, whether for the firefighter or for anybody, you need to put money to it. You need to appropriate a line item for food. I don't know how this would be wrong or inconsistent. What we are saying is, the city government run by you guys through appropriation. So if you believe we need to buy food, put money to it. The second thing we said, because food is not inventoriable item, you cannot verify after the action. We need to write under what scenario buying food with government money is okay. That's what we're saying. We did not say You should do this, you should not do that. We said, if you are allowed to buy food, put budget line to it. Second, define under what circumstance this food is okay. Is buying food for birthday okay? Is buying food for retirement okay? Is buying food when you invite people okay? This is not our role. But without having that specific definition, while the majority of the city employees are good and commendable, you will create an opportunity for a few to abuse it. Why? Somebody will go eat food, bring a receipt. How do you know? That's the government purpose. Because there is no, again, we did not fault an employee on this. We said you need to define.
So, Mr. Belichiw, sir, I'm curious. You said that there's no line item for it.
Exactly.
No line item for it,
Exactly.
but it was purchased.
Exactly.
With what money?
That's
Where
our
did that
question.
come from?
That's our question. I think we have discussion with the CFO. Look, I have to tell you, this time I think the CFO worked with us in collaboration. And she told me she will institute this control or line item going forward. So we don't see this as an attack on anybody, not only on the firefighter. We are just challenging the process. We say there is no any budget line item, one. Second, there is no any criteria. So if you go to any organization, they said, this much money for food, this is the criteria. In addition to that, you will put a cap per person cap. Why this is important? Say, for
Mr.
instance-
Belichiw, you didn't answer Commissioner May's question.
I think I did.
Well,
Sort
where
of.
is the money coming from? Are they using personal funds?
From
Are they
other- no,
are
not
they moving
personal,
it from
city.
one to another? Is it coming from another line item?
Exactly, because they are using the CTP card. If there is no any, this is fairly straightforward. If there is no any appropriation for food, the money is coming from other sources.
How is it being balanced at the end of the day? How are we justifying that at the end of the day? Did you find that out?
No, I did not. I think when I talked to the CFO told me she is aware now of this. She will put a budget line item as well as expenditure line item going forward. And I told her that's a commendable thing.
I wanted to add on, there is a substance line item in the budget. So it is not a thing, but it does not say specifically food or certain expenditures. So his recommendation to Natalia is that if we're going to take money out to buy certain things, it's just like, and I'm gonna use for an example because it's the commission. You all have workshops. There's a substance line item. I buy food for you all out of that account. And it's put on the receipt what the event is for.
So if he goes to substance on the line item, he'll find everything balances, correct? Because
Yes,
that's
it
where it
should.
came out of.
And that's what we're going to do with the responses back to you all. We're going to show exactly where that money is coming from, because this P card audit is from 5 years and not just 1 year.
So in other words, this $50,000 of incurred food costs is over a 5-year period of time?
Yes.
You said the 50,000 is over a 5-year.
Yes, I think we
Okay.
said in our report.
Okay.
But I think
I didn't see the 5
I have to
years.
correct I think something Mr. Creator said. Not all receipt has the description. This is a good example, and after.
Yes, and we discussed that if we're able to find out what was the reason for the purchase, we're going to update those receipts, because I think it's important. It's after the fact, so that's why you have requested that we update our policies. But I just want us to be clear, because I want, and you said it in your report, you did not find any fraud.
Look, what I said in my report is, I am unable to determine.
You said that.
Can I answer?
Okay.
I
Go
am
ahead.
unable to determine. The reason why I'm saying, I described for you. For example, I think the budget line thing I told you. The second thing is the purpose. The third thing is no cap per person.
No what?
No cap per person. Why is that important? Let us assume you say, buying cake for birthdays, okay. So if no cap per person, a person have 2 departments will spend $100. A person have 20. $100 is not equal, right? So normally when you establish this kinds of thing, you will say, food is allowed for this kinds of thing a cap per person is this amount, so that people will not go to fancy and crazy. You understand? Another thing I said, when you do these kinds of things, it need to have a request and approval. Because if I have P-card, I go to the restaurant, I eat with my family, bring a receipt, how anybody will know. So I said, let us assume I am planning to buy food. I will never do such a thing. I don't even have P-card. I decline, I don't need it. I will have to say, Mr. Commissioner and Mayor, I am planning to buy food for this purpose. Will you approve? You approve, I document that with the receipt. Now, anybody reviewing will know this is not for my private purpose because there is a request, there is approval, right? This is what we are saying about food.
Did you say in that report, I thought I read there was missing receipts?
There is a missing receipt, and I have
Wait,
evidence.
is just one, or is there quite a few?
You know, there is multiple times, there is many receipts.
Okay.
Sometimes actually the employee wrote a statement. I don't have a receipt. And I wrote on my report, the current city policy will allow that. And I say that's the wrong policy. Because people handling government money should be held accountable. If they lose a receipt, they should reimburse the city because they failed to do what they were asked to do. You know, whether accepting my recommendation or not, it is your job.
Okay.
But I did make that recommendation. Mr. Commissioner, if you allow me, let's go one by one because we
Okay.
get to
Well, I'm just asking because you're bringing that up and the P cards over there. And I have talked to some of them, and the rank and file guys, they tell me they pay for their own food. They don't own P cards. They pay for their own boots. And I'm just like trying to figure out who's actually has these P cards and who's actually spending, because the report wasn't very clear. You're saying it's 50,000 within 5 years.
It is as clear as it
And
gets.
I do have a problem with some individual ones like the Char House and stuff, but I'm just trying to figure out
Commissioner,
where you're coming from.
the report is clear and factual. So we said, like I said, related to food, there is no any budget, there is no any cap, there is no any requirement of purpose. The policy did not specify what is allowable, what's not allowable. This will
No,
expose
but we
the
do
city.
have a policy.
But
That's
it
the
doesn't
problem.
say anything about this. You can read the policy.
So the policy that we have doesn't say
Those
some of this.
things, exactly.
Because, I mean, like, it has Q-tips and everything. I've talked to these guys. They buy their own stuff. So that's where I'm trying to figure out where exactly, who is using these P cards and if there are receipts. I'm just a little
We do
confused
not
because
know.
they
I
even
think-
buy their own boots.
This is not confusing, for the lack of a better word, because in the current process, it is impossible to know who eats those food other than taking the word of the people who's buying the food. And we say that's not a good policy. As a matter of fact, I have extensive discussion with the chief about this issue. If I recollect correctly, he told me, I think it makes sense, at least for internal occasion, to have the list of people who is eating food. So we are saying, think about food, first of all. Food is not the normal government operation you should spend taxpayer fund, generally speaking. But there is some occasion you should buy food. So list those occasions, because it will be clear to everybody. This is the occasion we allow food to buy by the city money. This is per person cap. If you did not say that, for example, somebody go to fancy restaurant and spend per person $50. Another person will 20. So I said, you determine it, you write it. It is allowed for this purpose, and also segregation of duty. Segregation of duty means a person, in some cases, at least in the fire department, a single person is a purchaser, a receiver, and a payer. This is very compromising related to internal control. You need to have segregation of duty. You need to ask your supervisor, can I buy this thing? Your supervisor need to review the policy and say, okay, you buy it.
Are we not?
I'm
another
actually in
person to
agreement because I know as a commissioner, I pay for my own gas, I pay for my own maintenance, I pay for my own car driving around, and I work a lot as a commissioner. It's not part-time. So and I pay for my own food everywhere I go. So I'm in agreement with that. So I believe there should be some kind of policy because the commission is head of the government, not the manager. Yes, the manager oversees the employees, but we oversee the budget and the money. I believe we do need to put some kind of policy in place, and when we get that budget, how much we are allowing for what. I mean, I would like to see our fire guys, or pay for their boots, because looking at those P cards, I'm a little worried about JCPenney's, Dillard's, I don't know.
Sure,
There were
we'll
so
go-
many
we'll
department
reach that,
stores, and I'm like,
Let's go one by one.
that's not uniform.
Let him go.
One second, I do have, Mr. Bellichu, sir. Are we saying that we don't have, well, do we have a policy right now when it, as well, let's hold on now, as it relates to purchases under $100, $100 to $300, $300 to $1,000? Do we have any policy at all about asking permission before you make the purchase?
Yeah, we do, I think, but what we are saying is food is different. Because food is different, unless you specify to what purpose food is allowable, now people buy food for a variety of reasons. Some of them probably doesn't make sense. That's why it's very important. You said using the city money for food allowable under the following circumstances. And like I said repeatedly, per person cap is this. And whenever food purchase, not just a receipt or writing your like on the receipt, like Mr. Fletcher is suggesting, it need to have, somebody need to request, somebody need to approve.
Who signed
By
for
the way,
it?
when we say these kinds of things, you don't have to accept it. You know, we are not, this is not instruction. We are saying, if you use this method, the city will be benefited. That's what we said, recommendation.
Mr. Bellicher, who signed for the product? So we have a purchase card. They have to sign when they purchase. Whose signature is on those cards?
Look, in the card, the card holder. Think for a minute. I have a P card. For example, I'll give you myself. I don't have a P card. Now, just hypothetically, I go to the restaurant with a friend. I eat food, Olive Garden. I'll bring a receipt, and that is it. We said this is not a good practice. This will not differentiate good people and bad people. You need to have segregation of duty. You know, for anybody who can Google about segregation of duty, you will see one person should not be in control of buying, receiving, and paying.
Well, Mr. Bellicher, you are not telling us who has these cards and how many has these cards.
Look, you don't have the list if you want.
So we don't know, I asked you for the list and I still haven't received it. So we don't know who actually are spending and spending on what.
The reason I will not write Commissioner
Our
a name
whole
of...
fire department is looking bad because we don't know what is actually going on.
No,
And
I
that's
cannot
what I'm
write people's
asking.
name on the audit report because I will be unprofessional. That will be attack of people. We are making recommendation for the city government in general. You need to improve this because this will create an opportunity for fraud, waste, and abuse. I think, you know, there is no auditor who will write people by name. I think that will be highly inappropriate.
And
But for some reason, if you want to see the name of the people who hold the P card, I think not
Mr.
only you'll get it
Fietcher,
from me,
I would
you'll
like
get
a
it from Mr.
request,
Fietcher.
and I would like to see who has bought what, because, yes, I agree, there's some problems on there, but how am I supposed to blame the whole fire department? Do you get what I'm trying to
But we
say?
did not blame nobody.
Yeah, half of them
We
don't.
are not blaming nobody. We are
The
saying,
rank and file, they don't
No.
even know what they're talking, I mean, what we're
Commissioner,
talking
If you
about.
read the report, there is no any blame to anybody. We are saying the process. The process should be improved. I describe right now what we are suggesting.
And
in the
I
process.
absolutely agree, the
Yeah.
process
We don't have no
needs.
intention to attack people. We said in some cases explicitly, the employee in question probably are not at fault because the lack of policy.
That's what I wanted to hear.
We said those, if you read our report, I'll go and read it to you, that's what we wrote. If you allow me, I'll go number 2. We have 11 more to go. So this is, we said, violation of policy related to maintenance charge. Earlier you are asking me, Commissioner. The city P card policy explicitly will say A vehicle should not be maintained with a P card.
The what?
Vehicle should not be maintained with a P card. So why this policy says that? I think for me it makes even sense more because vehicle maintenance is not a small thing. If you have a vehicle maintenance through competitive bidding, a procure vendor, you will manage to save money. But if you are retailing a vehicle maintenance to different vendor, you lose money. There is another thing in here we talk about it. When you have a receipt of vehicle maintenance, if you don't have vehicle identification number, whether it's a vehicle VIN or plate, now it's very difficult, if not impossible, to know this is the government vehicle maintained or your friend vehicle. We will not know. Like I said, as a demonstrative example, I went with the chief of police, not with anybody else, to one of the places, and those people told us, this is not even our receipt. Why we did that? Because if you have a receipt, doesn't have a plate number on it, or a VIN identification number, we will not be able to know.
So you're telling me that you were given fictitious receipts?
No, we are not saying that because
No,
we,
you
we
just-
are not, no, we are not. Look,
You said you went, wait a minute, you said you went to the restaurant with the
not
chief of
restaurant,
police.
Not restaurant.
Do what?
Not restaurant, it's vehicle wash.
The what wash? Car wash. You went to the car wash with the chief of police and they said that was not the receipt, their receipt, but it's, I'm not attacking you, I'm just trying to get the
If you want to
answer.
attack me, it doesn't make any difference
No,
to
I'm
me.
not.
Exactly.
I'm trying to figure that
A
out.
very high level. to
Wait a minute.
conclusively
That would
say-
be fraud.
No, we will not say that.
If someone gave you a fake receipt, someone from the city, am I correct? If someone gave you a fake receipt
no,
and said this was from this car wash and it was logged, that would be fraud.
no, we don't take one person word. We will do additional verification, and we would like to believe what happened was the person probably printed this receipt from their account, and it may look like different, and the person in the counter probably are not familiar. Why we came to this conclusion? Because we verify through other mechanism, if not all, some of the vehicle is government vehicle and washed in that property. Commissioner, to make a
I'm
definite
not
statement
understanding.
of fraud will require a very high degree of evidence. If I found a fraud, I'm not coming and discussing with you. I'll go to the prosecution and
Okay.
I'll ask those prosecutors to prosecute those people.
But you just told me
By the
it was
way-
a fake receipt.
If you listen, I'm saying
I want a
exactly what I'm
copy
saying.
of that receipt.
I am more than happy to provide you anytime. Exactly. We have 4 bucks of document in our hand. I'm going to tell you one more time. When we make conclusive somebody engaged on fraudulent activity, I'm not coming and presenting to the commission.
Gotcha.
I'm going to work
Okay.
with other people to do whatever I need to do. And currently, if I'm doing that, I will not be discussing in this room either. So we have a higher level of standard to determine something is fraud. For fraud to happen, you need to have intention to prove very, very difficult.
I know what fraud is.
Damage.
So we have no fraud going on? Yes or
Look,
no?
we did not say that. We said in many of these things we are unable to determine because of the things I'm describing to you. Because it will be unfair, unlike other people, without having conclusive evidence. If I say I found a fraud, that will support actually Commissioner Paula's accusation I am inconsistent or unfair. We will not do such a thing. Number 3, if you allow me. Questionable and discretionary purchase. We say this for a good reason. Some of the item is dual purpose thing. I'll give you multiple examples.
Some of the what? I'm sorry.
Some of the item purchased is dual use.
Dual use.
Okay.
You can buy a steak knife for your house. You can buy a steak knife for the firehouse. Because of lack of segregation of duty, proper inventory, approve item for each fire item need to be purchased. We question some of the things and label them cautionary and discretionary purchase. For example, we saw a card purchased like when new baby is born. A card purchased for sympathy. And a lamp, I think a nightstand lamp. We question all of these things because we said in the fire department there probably is a light. They should not buy fancy thing on the city money. So we said, we did not say fraud because we want to be professional. We say questionable and discretionary spending. And we list those items in our finding, what we consider
Is that
those
8
kinds of
firehouses, kitchens, or just one?
things. We will not know. I think, many places, for example, people buy
And that's over a 5-year?
a bed lamp, buy like a mattress, for example,
Is that
a
over a
simple-
5-year period as
Our
well?
audit is commissioner for 5 years.
5 years.
For example, let's discuss the mattress. It look like obvious, right? With a normal and good run government organization, someone will establish what kind of mattress we need to buy. Because there is $500 mattress, there is $2,000 mattress, right? So there need to be an approved list of, this is the mattress standard we are buying. And after that, no problem, that person will go and buy it. If we decided to buy knife, glass, whatever it is, each firehouse will have an approved list of items. And now they will purchase it. So next time when we purchase it, we say, what happened to the old one? Those kinds of things, we said, again, to be professional and prudent, questionable item, and discretionary purchase. The number 4 thing is inappropriate technology accessory. So in any organization like the city of Daytona Beach, we have actually a good city IT department. When they issue your iPhone, they will issue the iPhone with a screen protector, with the screen cover, with a charger. And you will use that. If you lose it, there will be a policy what you will do about it. For example, we will pass one lose of charger, it's okay probably, and the next one you will be paying for your pocket. In the fire department, multiple P-card holder purchase, a screen protector, a phone charge holder, a mouse pad things, a television, and many other things. Again, we are going back to the process. We said, is it possible they saw some fancy thing and they like it and they buy it? Why this thing is not procured through IT department?
And I talked to one of the union presidents about the 15 TVs. I was told that they had to upgrade because of there's, but I do think, Mr. Feature, that he does have a point with these covers and phone protection. Just like last week, I broke my auto box. So I actually went up to IT and they put a new one on. So I do think when the fire department needs electronics, phone covers, whatever, it should be coming through the IT department. We shouldn't just be buying it. So I do agree to that point. But there was something that the reason why they bought the 15 TVs. Maybe it wasn't done exactly how it should have been, but I do know those were legit purposes because I did check it in. Right, but I just want the public to know about those TVs for the 8 fire stations.
For the following reason.
Because the other TVs weren't smart TVs for
Even
it.
the TVs, they should be standard, in our opinion.
Well, no,
We say,
for what they had to do, they needed smart TVs. And actually, could you tell me exactly what does what? Oh, but it was something
I
that
did
had
not say
some
they should not buy-
technology thing.
By the way, again, we are not communicating clearly. I
Right,
have
but
never
it wa-
said
but
they
it
should not
was.
buy a smart TV. I have never said that.
Okay.
Smart TV are different type. So all I'm saying is, whatever thing is the city buy should have a standard.
Yes.
Mayor, I have a question, Mayor.
Whether it is a smart
You're correct. No, I agree.
In regards to the 15 TVs that were purchased, because it was put in your report, At the time that you investigated this 15 TVs, no one told you what they were for? I'm trying to understand, because if Commissioner Cantu knows about this, because I had residents reach out to me, I'm still waiting on that information.
Same here, and that's
So I would like to know, I would like for all of us to be on the same page. So you investigated this, you found 15 TVs were purchased, and then when you went to investigate it, what did they tell you?
Again, you need to allow me to explain. I think you guys have.
That's what we're asking.
The first thing yeah, the 15 TV thing is in here. This is not the first time the fire department need a TV, right? There must be a prior TV. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. It was 15 TVs.
What make a
within 5
determination
years.
right now? We need to replace the 15.
Did they tell you why they
No,
needed
I
it?
think the only thing I received
So
is.
you didn't ask them. That's what I'm.
I will get to that, Commissioner.
Okay.
Under normal circumstance, in any organization, when you buy item, there will be a document with the receipt will say, for example, ex-employee requesting this TV, describing the reason we are replacing the old TV, and also telling us what happened to the old TV, and will be attached with the receipt, so that when we review, we will see it. Look, asking explanation, I asked actually the chief of fire and Mr. Fiecher to do illustrative example. I said to them, tell me one thing, if the audit office buy will be wrong. They say, ice cream. I told them, look, the explanation I'm giving, I'm trying to show them what they are doing. I bought an ice cream because I invited a whole bunch of Daytona young kids to join the audit profession in the future to encourage them to buy ice cream. This is a good reason, it seems to, right?
Mayor, may I?
But it is not a reason. It is just a justification of
I
things.
do have a point.
So what we are saying is, you need to have documentation when you procure these kinds of things. Go ahead.
Okay. According to your report, number 3, it says questionable and discretionary purchases. Then it goes on to say that there was a purchase of 15 televisions. Please excuse me. One moment. Okay, for example, audit records indicate that between July 25th, 2023 and July 28th, 2023, the fire department procured more than 15 televisions from a single vendor, Best Buy.
Yep.
The volume and timing of these purchases warrant further review to determine the underlying business purpose, proper authorization, and compliance with applicable city policies and budgetary approvals. When I read this, it's one of your concerns. What the statement says here is that it's questionable. So when you questioned it, did anyone answer it? Because when I look at this, in my mind, I'm thinking they bought 15 TVs and no one gave you a response. Why?
No, because I think, I think you are reading what you want to read. I said it required further review. Further review indicating because they did not provide a supporting document at the spot, it required further review to understand why this TV with this time purchase is appropriate.
So when you pick an item like this, like 15 TVs, wouldn't that be a main item that you would review on the spot before you would put it in a report so we would know what the 15 TVs were purchased for?
I'm unable to review on the spot because people are contesting my unannounced.
So are you saying that they didn't want to give you this information? I'm just trying to understand
even access, this kinds of thing will be verified. I think if you want me to go there with a surprise and an unannounced visit, because let us assume somebody purchased 15 TV, 2 of them is in their house. If you are telling them you are coming, the date and time, they might bring those TV from their
Okay,
house.
so how are they purchased 15 TVs, and you're saying a couple could be in your house. They have 8 fire stations.
I did not
Didn't
say-
you ask them what they needed them for, where exactly are all those 15 TVs are, and went and checked to make sure that the numbers matched, because there's serial numbers on these TVs.
But that's not auditing, I think, in case if you know, and I'm trying
Okay,
to explain to you.
but
The reason
when you're
why
d-
it will not be, I think.
But when you're doing your audit report, I would like to hear the response that they are giving you, because I actually called about these 15 TVs because I was kind of worried about it too. And it was for the implementation of new dispatching program that required dedicated monitor and TVs. So they needed smart TVs.
I don't know, I think that's what you are saying. The document I review did not say those things.
So
And in auditing,
I know,
you
but
will not ask, because if you ask, people will give you an answer. They try to justify things. What you will do is you will do surprise audit. You will go, you will verify the TV.
okay,
and that's
but
not telling that.
you surprised them, okay, and
They
you
are-
got.
they were not- they are
But
not
are you
open.
saying there's not documentation for those TVs?
The only thing I have is a receipt.
Receipt for 15 TVs.
Exactly.
And it doesn't say what they were for.
I have it. I think
Did
I
you
forwarded
ask
to you.
purchasing order, the purchasing department what they were for?
No, I did not.
So
I said-
So we purposely, we make ourselves, when you do an audit, you just get the facts of what's there on the paper and you report that, but it doesn't matter what the rationale is. And so then when the report comes out, because everybody is alarmed by 15 TVs. No, wait. Everybody's alarmed by 15 TVs. Everybody up here has heard about that. So when we hear about the 15 TVs, then the record, there is an explanation for the 15 TVs, probably, but you don't worry about that in your report.
No, so not only
Okay.
I worry, I wrote it in a plain English. It required further review. So the word it required further review is to determine whether this is proper or not. It required further review. That further review entail a surprise audit visit to this fire department and verification of those vehicle existence. For example, in one occasion, we were visiting the fire department. We were told by the fire staff, the chief is telling for the people to demonstrate something when we are there. And that particular employee is not audit staff. It's the fire department staff came and told us.
See, but I thought you were gonna work, I don't find that to be collaborative.
It's
Is that-
collaborative whenever we get collaboration.
But it's not collaborative if you say, I got 15 TVs, and then you report it, but nobody was given an opportunity to tell you why they got 15
Did you have
TVs.
access to employees? Were you able to speak with
No,
employees?
there is limited access. As a matter of fact, I was told by the person, he claimed he received a direct instruction from the chief of fire not to communicate with me.
So the only people that you actually talk to is getting the information from Mr. Future, whoever, and the 7 whistleblowers.
No, in addition to that, I provided the draft report to the fire chief.
Why were you not given access to everybody? So I would think that you would have an opportunity to interview every employee privately on site. You interview them, you get their opinions on it. They're speaking to you in a closed quarters, and that way no one person is pointed out. If every single employee has an opportunity to speak privately with you, it may take a little bit, but you're getting input from every employee in that department. Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Were you
I-
given permission to do that?
Not at all.
Were you
I have-
stopped from doing that?
Yeah, I have a
Did
receipt.
you ask
Yes,
for
I did, in
permission?
writing.
And who, you asked in writing to who?
Mr. Future. No, I think the fire department staff came and told me.
Well,
I think
Mr.
I asked, you, for example, you in writing, you need to schedule with me with every member of the fire department one by one. And that did not happen. In addition to that,
But
a
Mr. Belichick,
firefighter.
we've tried to work collaboratively. Let's be honest.
Yes,
now.
you did.
It's-
I said you did. Exactly.
I know, but then I sent an email back saying that this would not be able to happen in 1 week because we have over 100 and some firefighters, and they are also on shift. So it's kind of tough to, when you have shift work from the fire department, to try to get that all done in one week.
I responded
So-
to you also. I can present it. I say that's fine. You take your time and you schedule to me. And
But I just-
schedule exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to-
schedule. That is 100% fact. In addition, like I said, I'm repeating, a fire person a key fire person involved on these things who would like to talk, and the person himself and additional 3 people told us they were instructed not to talk to me. Whenever asked questions, they need to direct it to the chief. So that's also fine.
Who told you that?
The firefighters. I have the written
But
record.
I would like you to talk to them
One-on-one.
one-on-one,
Yeah, but they said
personally.
they were told they're not. they're
But
not.
that's what you're being told. They didn't actually say that to you. So that's where you
They
come.
did.
You didn't go one-on-one, you said.
Because I asked Mr. Fletcher in writing to arrange it to me, and he never arranged it.
Okay, my concern,
Wait a minute, I want to
Okay.
get this.
And I just stated
She
to the
just-
region.
Right, and you said,
you couldn't get it all in 1 week.
Yeah, there is, Chief, how many firefighters are there? 130, they're on shift work. So to do that, we would be bringing in firefighters on their days off, paying overtime. There are union contract negotiations if they want to have a representative to be with them. So it is not a simple thing when it comes. A general employee, I can say, Pam, Lynette, go meet.
and I'm in agreement with that. He do have to work around because they are represented by the union. But when we have fire department or anybody like that doing an audit, I would like you to speak one-on-one. And I know you have to talk to the union and everything else, and he just can't.
I write it to, as a matter of fact, I have the email, I said, bring the representation if they
Okay.
want to, and I would like to talk one by one with each of them.
Get your
And-
microphone, please.
Yes, and he sent me an email, and he said, I think we'll arrange this thing with Mr. Balacho. I said, take your time. And they never arranged it, and understood that there is some challenge later when this firefighter came and discussed with me. They were instructed not to talk to me. I understood it in that context.
Okay, so,
But even with that, I did not conclusive. What I said was, this require further review. And I don't know in what kinds of English I need to write this.
okay,
We gotta take 5 minutes. People gotta use the bathroom, sorry.
What?
We gotta go. Yes, sir. Yes.
Number 5, I think we talk about the weak budgeting system, and we are talking about, I think we mentioned this during the travel budget also. I think the budget.
Use your microphone, they can't hear you. So.
Yeah, the number 5 is about budgeting. I think we discussed there is no any full budgeting. I think this is similar incidents in the travel budget. Even though there is a budget, the budget and the actual vary drastically. So we are suggesting when you budget things, it's budget, you should not be accurate, but you should get close to it for any item because you are governing through the budget organization. Line item budget is needed, and we make recommendation as such. Number 6 is uniform. Again, we are not suggesting they should not buy uniform. I think this is, the distinction. But when you buy uniform from retail store, one pant from JCPenney, another shirt from Dick's, another one from another store, this is not efficient way of using government money. And the second, again, it raises question, the polo shirt you purchase for yourself, because how we'll be able to verify this after action? We talked to also some firefighter, I think Commissioner Cantu was talking a little bit earlier. They told us in a plain English, they don't get fire boots. I think one firefighter say, Mr. Fletcher was with me, the first time even he received uniform is the first time when he was employed. So we are saying, you need to establish a standard. I think that standard should say, we will buy for a firefighter 3 uniforms, for example, per year. 5 uniforms, 6 uniforms. I don't know how much you determine, but you need to make a determination.
I actually agree with you. This is a store. If you don't mind, this is a problem all over the city of Daytona Beach, except for commissioners, because we have one catalog that we order from. But it is definitely a problem all over the city of Daytona Beach. I see and I've talked about it before, I see so many department stores. Cities do not do that. You have one place that you order uniforms. Yes, the fire department might need something different. The police might need something different to order. And then the city employees, if we have them in uniforms. But we can't have everyone going all over the place.
Who pays for them when they go all over the place? Who's
We
paying
do,
for
the
that?
taxpayers. The taxpayers. And so you got different materials, you got different colors. And I did talk to some of the rank and file, and supposedly they give their size, and I don't know who orders them within there. But there's no way we should be going to Dick's Authority, Sports Gooding, whatever the store is, Authority, JCPenney's, Dillard's. This has to stop. Amazon's. We need to find a company just like we have for our shirts.
Yeah, but like Parks and Recreation is gonna require probably different from where we order our shirts.
And I just said that.
Hold on. Give me a second. Bring this home for you. Maybe if we have a couple stores that they can choose, a couple places that they can choose from, because I can see why Parks and Recreation would go to Dick's Sporting Goods, because they're in the elements, and the elements are totally different, and so they need different things. So I'm not saying that we can't dwindle it down to a couple, but not just one company for the whole city.
There's huge companies that do this. It's not like we should not be going to department stores and getting uniforms for bulk accounts. There is places you can go, just like where we order, and I'm not saying, just like I said, the fire department needs different things, law enforcement needs different things. You're saying Park and Rec, that's fine, but they need to be bought in bulk. Just like we buy the city meters, we buy them in bulk. It's the same thing. There's no difference. But me personally looking at that, there's seriously a problem, because you don't know. I mean, I don't want to say they're doing anything wrong, but you don't actually know when someone's going to JCPenney's and some of the receipts are missing, and then you see pants ranging from $30 to $90. There's a difference there. You don't know if that's for someone taking it home and wearing it. We'll pay them for uniforms, the taxpayers.
Yeah, again, look, I would like to stress this thing. I am making recommendation. If you do this, it will benefit the city. You guys can say, we don't give a damn. We will not accept any of your recommendation. I'll be fine. That is what your role is. But I am hired to be an auditor. It's my responsibility to say, look, if you do it this way, it's better. I encourage, all of us, I think, to have our conversation focused in that line. I think, I presented 3 or 4 audit reports. I'm suggesting anybody to question Mr. Fisher. Most of the sort of attack is on me. I think for the fact that I'm recommending things will not be fair if you are in my position. I am just recommending. You guys can say, we don't need budget. People eat food wherever they wanted it.
No,
that's your role. Look,
no one's
I'm just
attacking
saying,
you.
that
That's
is
why
your
we're
role.
asking
You can do
questions.
that. I am just
Commissioner May.
suggesting there is a better way of doing it.
I think that what I'm getting overarching from this is that there are no receipts. Well, there are receipts, but there's not justification for the receipt. There's not permission for the item. You can go buy something at JCPenney if you have permission from your supervisor, someone signing off, somebody knows about it. Do we have any of that taking place when these extra purchases are happening?
No, in my view, even more further. Look, the firefighter need uniform. We know this. So we will say, this couple of area, we negotiate price. We are buying from them. By negotiating price, we'll get discount, not retail. So we'll procure from that. In addition to that, not every Picard holder will buy one polo shirt. Somebody will be designated, and that person will be responsible to procure the uniform for them, so that when he or issue uniform, people will sign and take the uniform. That kinds of process, I am suggesting, will be beneficiary. Uniform, as the word imply, it is uniform. It should be standard in color, material, and everything. Now today I know the fire people dress the same uniform. On the day I visited the fire station, he was with me. The majority of firefighter doesn't look alike at all, especially the lower level people. And the people we talked to in his presence, they said, we don't have no booth. Since we are hired, we don't have no uniform. I think what I'm saying to you is, you guys can set the standard. You guys say, per year, we'll buy 4 uniforms, 5, 10, whatever you want for a firefighter. And these are the area we negotiated to buy. And these are a designated people to fire uniform for you guys. I think, and I suggest this is beneficiary to our city. Like I said repeatedly, I recommend the thing is, it's up to you to implement that or to say, yeah, we will do it the way
I also have a problem with all these mod wash. I mean, this one right here is $208. There's a license plate on here. Okay, a license plate, and I go to mod wash every week. I spend $20. But there's a license plate on here. Supposedly, it does not match any vehicle within the city, and this is a receipt. I do have a problem. Plus, I do have a problem. They're the fire department. I know they have downtime. I know there's Embry-Riddle kids that will come there, and people trying to do community hours. I think, and I know it happens in other cities, that why do we have to pay out of taxpayers' money to keep all these vehicles washed? We have a fleet service too. I mean,
Commissioner, allow me
supposedly.
one minute. For those of you who question the audit process, this is a good example. Even with this, we did not say this is fraud. You know what we did? We went and we talked to the people more. We say, is it possible this plate number is a mistake plate number? Because there is a plate number, you will not find it anywhere. The police chief verified to me.
But it was determined, correct, Mr. Bellichu, that was not a plate number.
Understand, but it
That's
says
what I
here
just said.
Yeah.
But it was
Exactly.
paid for
So,
a P card.
an prudent person, allow me, will say, look, they wrote on a plate, no plate.
Okay.
So this is a fraud. I did not do that because I want to be
But it was paid for
diligent.
with a P card.
Allow me. So I went to the car wash. And I say, I think I want to see the video. This thing is.
Video.
Yeah,
The
here is the
video.
police chief next to me. And he said, look, I will not show you all of it, but I will show you some. And I saw some firefighter vehicle on those things. So again, for those of you who question, I'm not prudent, I make a mistake, this is a good evidence. So what I said is, look, you need to improve the process. When you have this kinds of thing, you need to list the vehicle with the plate number so that we will know this is a government vehicle. I am saying this again and again. The majority of firefighter and city employee and good people. But there may be some people, they try to take advantage of it, will take their personal car or their wife's car. So I'm saying, close the loop. Whenever you take a wash, you need to list the plate of the vehicle so that a verifier will understand this is a legitimate reason. I am pleading to you. I know I work for you guys. You can terminate my contract today for information that will not change my opinion or my professional work. Knowing that, still I will do what I think is right, what I think is accurate, and I can answer any question. But if I were a person judging those kinds of things, this is clear. The person actually said to us in front of the police chief, this receipt is not our receipt. He printed and gave it to us. A receipt totally and completely
You're
different.
saying the one I just looked at, they said it's not their receipt.
But we play more. We say, let's verify.
Wait, can I look at that again? Because I go every week. I just want to look at it. It is a little receipt, but
They issue a little
did
receipt.
someone go back in and get a receipt? That's what I'm asking. Or this is a copy of a receipt.
Did they know it wasn't their receipt?
Yeah, and look, we are writing.
No, okay.
Guys, improve
So-
process. It will be beneficial. It will protect
I
staff.
do go
it
to
will
Mod
protect-
Wash, and you do get this little slip in there. And I have asked them before because his machine wasn't working. I went in and they had to print me one. So, I mean, it could be because it's a different receipt, but they can print out inside as well because I pretty much go every week up there.
That-
And they're trying to get me to do a deal and I never do.
Commissioner, that's why we said improve the process.
But it does say
Exactly.
plates on there.
But this
and-
plate is not right plate. But still, we did not make a
But that's,
conclusion.
it should have said that in the report, I mean, but here, go ahead.
Look, we want to be prudent. We don't want to be accusatory without a sufficient valid evidence.
And I think
so what
what-
we said was, given this is not a good practice. Whenever you use government money to wash car, the receipt contains the vehicle plate number so that we will know this is the government vehicle. I don't know how that will be a rocket science or different or complicated
But when
or
I get a
unreasonable.
receipt, I don't get a plate number.
No, you can ask. The guy told us. You can ask, and they have a camera. We talked to him today. On that camera, they take a plate. So, for example, on the video I saw, there is different fire vehicle with their plate number is visible. And he said they can get this if they want. Look, I think one of the things I'm struggling, I think, to say to all of you, when you manage your money, it's different from when you manage government money. When you manage private individual organization, also is different. Say, for instance, this good reporter sitting here, if their organization decided to buy some food and alcohol, it's fine, if it's a private organization. But a city government is funded through tax. That's why we have to provide additional documentation to show what we are doing is legit. It's just, I think most of the thing in my observation, people trust their own good judgment. And they say that will be sufficient.
Okay, the bottom line, I have a question. Have you found any fraud within the department? I know you said you won't tell who, but have you found any? And the next question, have you turned it over to the prosecutor?
Look, if I do those kinds of things, I will not discuss here, you know that. That will not
But you can't.
allow for...
You do work for us, so
Understand.
we're asking you, we're not asking you who. Have you found anybody with
Look, I'm
fraud
not answering
within
that
the?
question. You can terminate my contract today.
Huh?
If you want, you can terminate my contract today. I cannot answer that question. If I have some fraud, there is a way to work with outside people, and those people also need to do some additional work so that to conclude this is fraud.
Okay,
By the fact that somebody
let me
is looking
rephrase
something
that
who will not
question.
label people's name.
Let me rephrase
and
that
defame
question.
the entire city
Let me
government.
rephrase that question. Do you believe there might be some fraud within the city?
There might be.
So do you believe that we need to have an outside party investigate it that isn't you? you found evidence of something, you don't know what, because things have to be reviewed. But do you believe that we need an outside party so that it's not
But
you?
if I have that, I don't need your help, with all due respect. I know who to contact and to work
Okay.
with. Exactly.
And is that something that you need us to initiate, or is that something you
No,
initiate?
no, I think
Oh.
in our profession, I have a professional responsibility. When I found fraud, or if I believe some potential fraud, to work with FBI and other prosecutors, and I will not be discussing that for two reasons. One, it will defame people later if those things turn out normal. And second, it will impede the investigation until it go to some level. So, I'm not suggesting there is that, but, if I have that, I will not discuss that with you.
So pretty much all you're working for us, so pretty much all you're doing is telling us what you found and what we need to strengthen our policies.
What else an auditor will tell? I think,
Right, but as you know, we are the policy makers, but we do not oversee the employees. So that's something that Mr. Fiacher needs to do, and I believe we have approved policies, so I think all those policies need to come before the commission to look at it as well and make sure we approve the policy as well. Because we are the one who actually does the budgets and everything.
Look, Commissioner.
Because we have approved a policy, well, I haven't, but other commissioners have approved policies in the past. That last policy was approved by the commission.
Commissioner, with all due respect, can I say something?
The one right there, I actually found that out. It was approved by the commission,
Which one?
but we weren't here. The one that's in his report.
The car allowance policy?
No,
No.
I'm not talking about the car, I'm talking about, the policies. Hold on. I actually have that information. It was adopted in 1971, that one.
Can
The
you identify
commission.
what policy you're speaking of?
But there was another one. In 2006, there was
And they
another
were,
one. And many of the things that are being addressed here were not followed. 2006, there is a policy that covers many of these items. And as we're going through it, they were not followed at all.
Are we talking about a P card purchase policy? Can someone tell me what policy we're talking about?
I think the purchase policy.
So for example, purchases under $100 will be made on a field purchase order, city purchasing card. Requisitions from 100 to 1,000 will not require multiple quotations. Requisitions from 1,000 to 3,000 will be 3 verbal quotations and must be documented and written on the requisition. That would include the TVs. Okay? Requisitions from 3,000 to 2,500, which is more like the 15 TVs, must have at least 3 written quotations attached. Requisitions greater than 25,000 will be formally bid. And this is all going with purchase cards. So this was a policy in 2006.
Correct.
We've had it.
and that's where I don't understand. You are the head of government, and we had a policy in place. It might be old to everyone, but that policy should have been followed until the manager decides that we need to update the policy. And I don't understand why everybody keeps saying they're outdated. Well, then why didn't they get updated? And still, you still have to follow the policy even though the policy is outdated. And that wasn't happening.
If I'm understanding Commissioner May correctly, some of the things that I've done with the community, we have followed those policies. They tell me that
We do.
Yeah, with vendors.
We follow it.
Okay.
We
well,
do.
Staff is who's working with me to follow them.
Absolutely.
They tell me that after a certain amount that we have to get an RFP from other people. They tell me that we have to get other quotes because of that. So I'm seeing these policies in action.
For
So-
us, but is this happening within the departments?
Well, I would think if they're doing it with me, they should be.
Are they?
They should be. I'm saying.
Well, it's obvious that some of the policies have not been followed, if not a lot of them. So I think that's obvious because.
We are distracted with different things. If we take a look, I think what the doctor since I think you guys hire an auditor, I think the city is updating some policies. reducing some take-home cars, labeling the car with logos, and many good things happening. I think
And that's what I think we should focus on.
we should focus
doing the
exactly.
things that we
Instead, I
do.
think I will say this thing is I know I work for you definitely. Literally a direct and personal attack on the person who's doing the audit without evidence and directing the conversation to different directions will not be beneficial to our city. I say to you, while I know I work for you and you have a right to terminate my contract, doesn't mean anything to me. I will do what I think is professional. I know I'm
Well, make sure
responsible.
you're not trying to drive us down that road.
No,
Because
not
if you try to do that, it won't end well. So
Not
let's
at all.
let's
Not
let's
at all.
just. But we
What
don't.
is it?
I didn't get that out of it.
That is actually threatening a city employee.
It's what I got out of it.
That's not what I got out of what he said.
That was uncalled for.
Well, you can say what you want, but as what I'm getting out of it. You said that like 3 times.
Because
Three times.
the beginning of this thing, the report is inconsistent, this and that. I think,
Okay.
why not you condemn that? I think since I presented many audit findings for you, not a single time you focus, why this happened? Instead, you are attacking.
I'm not attacking you.
Exactly.
I'm making a
You don't
statement.
consider that is an attack?
No, I'm making a statement that I don't think that that's a road that you want to keep driving down. It won't end well.
Why?
One way or the other. Doesn't mean it'll end in termination. It may mean it'll end in some shattered relationship. But it's not going to end well. I don't think it's a way to. I don't think it's a way to address things. And since we're going down that road, I didn't think it was a way to address Commissioner Paris when you said that you're reading what you want to read. There's a lot of tone issues that I'm not personally receiving well.
Because
Now you can read it the way you want, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not taking your tone and the way that you're speaking to the commission with a spirit of collaboration or humility. That's just the way I'm taking it.
I think, I noticed that on the first thing. I think what I also noticed, you did not say a single thing about our finding, why this happened, to the city manager or anybody. I think you are in direct attack what I'm saying. I wrote this report with a great carefulness, like as an example, did not say something is fraudulent without no evidence. When we discuss about the vehicle, I excluded the police things. When we discuss about the television, I said in English, this requires further review. That's not a concluded
Well,
thing.
I would hope that you would be speaking in English in here.
Yeah,
And I didn't make any direct attacks on you.
I am.
So you may perceive it that way, but I don't think.
I think
it's
even
a-
the citizen, I think perceives that way.
Please don't overspeak me.
Exactly.
I don't think it's prudent the way that you are addressing the commission, and that includes me. So you can continue with your report, and for those of you that don't receive my commentary well, it's okay. We all entitled to our opinion. Proceed with your report.
But I'm feeling the same way. I think I'm under continuous attack with no valid reason for doing my job.
Continuous.
Can we refocus for a second, please? When we found that people were using the P cards for personal use, when we found this, what was the disciplinary action that went along with that? Was there any disciplinary action?
I don't have documentations fully that I have that says someone was using their P card for personal use.
Is that because there was no documentation? That you cannot prove that?
The report that I'm going to look at is what he provided to Commissioner Paris. And we're going to go through those line item by line items. And if there is someone that's using the P card for personal use, disciplinary action will take place.
Okay.
And that's all. I don't have, he has documents. When I see and we're going to look at every single document, all 5 years of them, one by one. And if there is someone who has used their P card for personal reasons, they will be dealt with from a disciplinary standpoint based off of our policies.
So since people are not documenting correctly what it's being used for, do we assume it's personal?
No, people actually have to give documentations
Okay.
that state, and I'm just using you as an example.
Please.
If you use the P card and you.
I've never had a P card. Let's
Yeah.
just clear that
Yeah.
up now, okay?
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
You got gas and you did not.
No,
and
didn't
you-
get gas. Don't ever say that.
And you didn't bring a receipt back, but you wrote down that I went on a city trip to Orlando, did not get a receipt. You have to fill out a form, turn that in, sign off on that you originally you used a P card, but you didn't get a receipt, and it goes to finance. If you do that more than 1 or 2 times, we're probably not going to allow for you to keep getting a P card. But there has to be an explanation given if a person uses a P card and does not get a receipt.
All right. Did we have any of those explanations, Mr. Belichiu?
No, I think the issue I have with Mr. Fager, when in private, when we talk, he agreed. I showed it to him a particular receipt, and I say, how do you know this is for the government purpose? He told me on that meeting, I do not know.
Yeah,
so we are saying,
that's it.
You know, after action, if you ask somebody, for example, justify it, they will write whatever things they want. Exactly.
There's an excuse for every single
We are
thing
saying
in
this
city.
document should
No,
be
Commissioner,
available.
No, wait, let me finish. I feel like there's an excuse for every single thing, because I've brought up stuff. I have asked for record request of everybody's P card. I asked for receipts. You guys told the public, oh, we have every receipt. Well, my record request, I actually did a public record request. To this day, I do not have all the receipts. Oh, they're all up online. I am telling you, I feel like anytime we are doing a very lousy job. This is taxpayers' money, and we have a fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers' dollars. And we are not doing this. And every time I come to you, I mean, and you can't say I don't come to you a lot, I get excuse after excuse. And there was a policy in place. Every single excuse is, oh, they were old, we're updating it. Well, even if you need to update it, the policy, you still have to go by the policy that's outdated until it is updated. I just feel like, and I'm with Commissioner May, because there's no responsibility in the city whatsoever, it feels like to me. I mean, just like the tax. You're the city manager. I'm sorry, but you are the.
You said for her to address him.
I'm just telling you, he was addressing me.
Okay.
I'll make it quick.
Please do.
And you want me to do it now, or do you want me to do it during commission comments? Because I could sit up here for an hour.
Well, you can just do it during commission comments.
Okay.
We'll just sit here for an hour. Go ahead.
We need to be fair and factual. For example, I have this receipt. It says granola bar, 499, cracker sandwich club, 899. There is nothing written here. How do you know this is personal or government?
I said that I could not just, but I want to go back to, because everyone wants to say something. We have commissioners also, me, police chief, fire chief, that have purchased items with no receipt and filled out a form saying that I don't have a receipt, but this is what I spent money on.
So it happens.
So it is not just employees that have done it. I know, but it said up here that there's being excuses made, but they're from the dais. But there are commissioners as well that have not turned in receipts and have filled out forms saying I haven't. So.
Okay, first of all, does the commissioners, you work for the commissioners. These are your employees. It's not the other way around. So I don't know who has the receipts, but it's not the other way around. Your responsibility is the employees. Our responsibility is you and the city manager and the city auditor. Our bosses are the residents who we have to answer to. So stop using commissioners because you work under us. Sometimes I feel like you think you work, but he
your
does.
finger down.
And he doesn't.
Hold
he needs
your
to start doing
finger down.
his job.
Okay. All right. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to let you finish, because I don't intend to be here all
We
night.
should discuss factual thing. I am still insisting improving this process will benefit our city. Seeing it other than that will not benefit it. I think it's a matter of time. People will know. making false statement is not accurate, is not legitimate. We encounter, like I said, for example, related to food, multiple receipts with no explanation. And I said to him, to the chief, you put yourself in my position, how do you know? And in that meeting, both of them, they said, you are right. We need to improve the process. In a meeting, saying different thing will not be fair in my view, because I have evidence after evidence in this document and in my card to show to you. A receipt just said, bagel with Coca-Cola. So I'm asking, after action, you can construct any reasons. That's not acceptable. I think you need to know this is government money. You should have documented it properly. You should request it your supervisor and get authorization to buy this kinds of thing. And in my view, this should not be complicated if we have one intention other than whether protection or attacking people. What can we do to improve things? I think if you see it that way, it will be beneficial. I wrote again, number 8, I am missing or lost receipt. So in here, I'm asking a policy change, because the city current policy will say, if you lose a receipt, all you have to do is just write a statement. I said, that's not right. Why you lose the receipt? This is government money. You are a government employee. You should take proper care. If you lose the receipt, you should reimburse the government money. Why? Because let us assume you buy beer from Walmart. And you come, knowing buying beer, you say, I lost the receipt for this much amount of money. We're not able to know you purchased beer on the taxpayer money. So that's what we said. You need to amend the policy. We try in all cases not try to personalize things. We directly say improve process. In all cases, we did all we can not to make conclusive statements. Somebody make a fraud. Even I think some of the things suggested, we are right there. We said the process allows this to happen, and you should stop it. I have done these things for 22 years, and I've seen good, bad, and ugly. Most of you who knows the biggest fraud in America, good people were defending it like this until it's too late. Nobody thought Bernie Madoff was stealing money from people, but he was. He was managed to be selected the chairman of NASDAQ 3 times. People like me was questioning it, and they were attacked. They were lost their job. And like I said, in my opinion, if you make that decision today, it will not change the way I conducted myself. And I will accept it, and I'll move forward. Now, there is also, we said, in addition to, we are recommending again respectfully for Mr. Viager, when people say we don't have no receipt, they should reimburse the money.
They should give the money back.
Exactly, because we will not know what they purchased. If you allow these people will buy beer and they say, I lost the receipt.
Mr. Mayor, in the 2006 policy, it reads, the purchasing card cannot be used for any personal use, and any such will require immediate reimbursement and will result in disciplinary action, as Mr. Fager suggested. But yes, there will be reimbursement.
Well, I was just asking to make sure I heard what he said.
Let me go on number 9,
okay.
if you allow me.
Yeah.
We said there is many books purchased in the fire department.
Many what?
Books.
Boots.
Yeah, some children books, some adult books.
Oh, books.
Yeah. So we said to the chief, actually, he acknowledged to me in writing. We said to him, look, some of the book you showed it to us, probably purchased for a good reason. He put the photo of Commissioner Cantu as with the book stand. I said to him, I get that. But you put yourself in my position. How do you know all of the book is purchased for a good reason? And on my audit report I wrote, I am the city auditor. Am I allowed to buy any auditing book in the planet? Do you think that's appropriate? If you say that, I will buy a book for my children, accounting book, for my friend. So I said to him, he agreed with me in writing, and for disclosure, I put all of the statements, underquote what he said. If we are buying book, there need to be approved list of books. Yeah, we are buying this book title. You have questions?
You talking about the chief?
No.
You talked to the fire chief about books?
Yeah.
Did you buy books?
Are you sure what books did he buy?
Multiple books, I think.
Those
Can
were
you name?
books-
Can you
books I
name?
approved.
Tell me
It's
some of them.
written on the audit report. I'll read it to you. Example include, not all, titles such as The Culture Code, The Secret of Highly Successful Group, Make Your Bed, Little Things That Can Change Your Life, and Maybe the World, and multiple children fiction book, including Daisy the Kitten,
Multiple what?
children book,
Fiction and
The
children's
Spy
books?
Secret. Yeah,
Did you say children's books?
exactly.
Sounds like those books are books that were sponsored from the book vending machine.
were.
Sounds like.
They were.
It's no, just stop. It sounds like. I agree
Okay.
with you.
We approved that.
Let me speak for a minute. I understand that you audit things, but I do believe that when you see something that's questionable, if you don't go back and get an answer for it,
I did.
and no, let me speak. And you don't go back and get an answer for it, and then you report it as a possible fraudulent activity, and then it comes back and it's a children's book for a vending machine that one of us approved. This is not what I want us to do a little more than, I don't want to have that before us. That type of, we got to figure a way so that we're not, because when we get things like that, then it looks like we're doing things that we're not supposed to do, but it's just not clean. It's not coming to us clean.
That
So
was
do
made
we
in-
have to say that, how's the staff going to say if they ordered books for a school, they're not going to go through every book and say this is an approved book? And this is, or for a summer camp, that's going to defeat our purpose, and we're going to be here till 11 o'clock with things like this. This is not what
But isn't that the point of having policies in place when people do buy something?
Well, I'm not saying you don't have policies in place, but what I'm saying is, how do you, if it was for a book vending machine, I want him to know that before he brings it to us.
But how do I know?
He wasn't allowed to speak to people.
No, how do I know? The chief actually admitted on this circumstance. How do I know?
The chief, that's what he's stating, however, is that although the chief said this was for the book vending machine and he provided the images of it, there's nothing that says for sure to him that the books went in the machine.
By the way, it's not only children book. I think you know that. There is adult book also.
Pardon?
There is adult book.
Okay, but I'm asking about the book vending machine specifically
It
in
is
the books.
not the book vending machine. They purchase a variety of books.
For training.
And I understand all of that, but I'm saying that I want to figure out a way so that I'm not dealing with things about a book vending machine that it comes up here.
Mayor, we approved that up here.
I know, but I don't want it to come back up here while we're in this meeting to discuss this. I don't want to deal with that. So I want to have a way that you will find out before you get to us from the chief, if he told you that came from, he purchased books for a school that we approved, and you can see that. I don't want to see that.
Okay, so
Look,
could
I
you
cannot
see
take
that?
anybody's word, I think, Mayor, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to see is this children book equally also will be purchased to the family member. So what I said, why are you saying that?
It's purchased for the school.
How do you know that? All of them purchased for the school. How do you know that?
But if they buy it, how?
Just allow me. How do you know that?
Well, I don't know that. So I'm not going to deny that I don't know that, but I do know that we've approved purchasing books
For
for the
example,
school.
if we are discussing
So,
this thing,
wait.
there is a table purchase for you.
So when he
in Volusia
asked,
County,
yeah,
about $2,500.
Yeah.
I asked the chief, did the commission approve that thing? There is no any commission approval.
Okay.
The chief should not procure a seat for you in Volusia County.
Seat for
I have
he's talking about
It is
for
written here.
it is there.
It should be approval from all of the
What's
commissioners
it,
for you to spend the city
It's a
money.
sponsorship,
Yeah,
sponsorship
but
for
it's
the
not.
art house.
Yeah, I am asking things, when these kinds of things happen, it need to be documentation. By the way, Mayor, I have tremendous respect to you, but in this work, do not assume I will do what you instructed. I will do what the profession requires.
I didn't ask you to do what
You
was
just say that,
instructed.
something you don't have no knowledge to verify, you are not interested to see it. That's exactly what you said.
Nobody's not.
No,
not
what
interested
I'm
to see.
saying is I would like to figure a way, if they purchased, because there again, I don't like your tone. So I'm one of just four, and I'm gonna just tell you right up front, I don't like the way you're talking to me. So I don't like it. So what I'm saying is, I would like to figure out a way that if these books were purchased for the book vending machine, which we know that we approve that, I would like you all to find a way to talk to each other so that that's verified, so that we don't have to see that.
That's what my intention also. I talked to both the chief and the city manager, and in my understanding, we are planning to do going forward. You approved, for example, to purchase 400 books. There will be in documentation, and they will write what the occasion was, and that will be sufficient to justify. But in the current situation, other than taking people's word, there is no any way to determine for me this book is actually delivered for the kids. In addition to that, this is not just kid book. There is adult book. I went extra to illustrate, if I buy accounting book or auditing book, is it legitimate? The answer is no. Because I need to ask you, for example, if I am book, you guys approve, and I need to say what title book and what I will do on it. I think, Mayor, with all due
Commissioner,
respect, you are
stay over here.
you are not seeing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in this, we need to improve the process. I quoted the chief in agreement with me, while he said, this is for vending book, but still, the things you are talking about internal control is valid somehow, I have in writing. I think today, people are making things totally different than what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is, let us assume you approve, we need to buy 1,000 books. So that documentation is there. We buy 1,000 books. On the receipt, it will be attached, 1,000 books purchased for this purpose, approved by the city commission on this day. None of that document existed. And in the current circumstance, I will not know how to verify. Mayor, look, like I said repeatedly, I have tremendous respect for you and for every commissioner. But I think some of the comment, it was surprising for me. For example, while I'm conducting the P-card audit, you are publicly saying there is no any problem in our P-card. How do you know?
Who?
You. Have you
What did I
reviewed
say
each purchase card
publicly?
transaction?
What did I say?
We don't have no
I
problem
said,
in our P-card.
I never said we didn't have a problem. I said I haven't seen any. There's no evidence that I've seen.
I'm just, I don't want
Okay,
to do
so-
different thing. I think you should allow me to do the job you hired
And
me
I'm
for.
allowing you to do the job, but I don't need you to come up here and quote me or misquote me. I didn't say there's no problem. I said I have not seen any problems. No evidence has been presented to me. So so present the evidence, and then I'll live with whatever the evidence is. But I didn't say that, so I don't need you to come up and quote me.
Mayor, I am presenting evidence after evidence.
Yeah, but you're
There
presenting
need to be-
evidence of what I
there
said
need to
that's
be
not accurate.
A process improvement in this city.
Okay, let's-
Without it, we will be unable to determine. I showed for Mr. Fetcher a little while ago a purchase of bagel. How anybody will say, definitely, this is purchased for city purpose. I think I am suggesting we need to improve the process. We need to have segregation of duty. I think I should be commended instead of attacked.
No, actually, I think he's great. Mr. Fetcher put that policy in place for our COVID money, and the $250,000 that was given to me for that money, I actually gave it to the fire department, but I didn't see that come through either. So, and he put Drew in charge of that money, and so they got my whole $250,000, but I didn't see me, Commissioner Can 2, Zone 4, come before the agenda.
This is
so
directly-
I understand what you're saying. There's not.
Commissioner, even the chief
Right.
agree with me. I'm going to quote directly read what the chief said. Though this does not negate the lack of business justification on the receipt, I wanted to provide it to you for your awareness. So he acknowledged this has some issue related to business justification. I don't know what else I can do. We are changing the conversation to unnecessary thing instead of saying, what can we do to improve these things? That's just.
Well, you said, let's get some policies, and I agree with that.
Exactly.
I don't think any of us disagrees that we want to have policies in place that strengthen things.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I'm saying that we agree with that.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody disagrees with it.
Again, violation of city purchase card policy, because the city purchase card is say strictly you should not purchase gasoline. So I come across some people purchasing the fire department gasoline. I put it there. I did not read the policy. I think the city read it. Some of the employees did not follow it, and I say this should not be happening. This is the entire work related to fire department. I have to say there is certain review in the fire department still. The chief among them is overtime. Some of the things I would like to talk about it. In any given day, I think the lower level fire staff, including today, reach out to me and express their concern for retaliation and many other things. And I encourage you, I think, to consider and to protect people, they chose the best interest of the city over grouping. I think I have this discussion directly with Mr. Fiecher, and he assured me there will not be retaliation to no firefighter communicate to me. When we supported firefighter, we should support the entire firefighting department. And I also hope and pray, I said this directly to Chief Drew, he will take seriously, I think, the morale of the fire department, because most of the allegation came not from anybody, from his own department. Thank you.
So, just one last question. So, you're saying all these allegations that came to you were at least from 7 whistleblowers from their own department?
Exactly. I think
Okay.
some
And when you
today,
looked at them, did you find it
the
valid,
majority is
some of their stuff?
corroborated. The majority is corroborated. I think, look, when Chief Drew acknowledged this thing in one time on email to me. I think Mr. Fletcher was CC on it, and he takes some responsibility for it, and I commend him for
He takes
that.
responsibility for what?
Well, look, that will not be proper to discuss in this setting, but I think that is wonderful on his part, professional to do it. But my approach is, if we all focus instead of different grouping, look, there is something we can improve in here. It will make our city better. It will save money for taxpayer. We'll get benefit out of it.
I agree with you, and there is a lot of work that we need to do.
I agree. Commissioner Strickland?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I have a few questions for you. Didn't you say you were finished?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where's the backup for the 500,000, the 100,000, and the 50,000? Because to me, credit cards equal dollars. And you put those figures out there, and we got a whole lot of words right here in these documents, but we don't have a whole lot of numbers.
Yep, I think if you know any auditing,
Where are the
we will not-
numbers?
You can, if you ask me, I can provide you that numbers. We did not put
Why
the
didn't you
validation.
provide those to us when you provided us this
I
information?
think that will be imprudent because it contains many things and it will create he said, she said. So we refrain.
So at this point, what you gave us in these documents right here are just estimates that you made. Is that
For
correct?
example, no, Commissioner Paris asked about.
I'm not talking to her, I'm
The
talking-
support we provide, in any audit report, if you are familiar with audit, they will not give the detail of it because that will not be prudent or professional. But if you ask, we can supply that things. I supply for Commissioner Paris, for example, about some of the details she
How did
requested.
you arrive at those numbers?
I added them on spreadsheet. I work with IT department and
You could
finance
just as
department.
easily have supplied them to us.
I can,
would
but
think-
in no
I would
audit
think-
report will supply those things because it will be too, what you call it, detailed, and I don't want to go in that route until I think you guys forcing it.
Hey, if somebody's committed fraud and their name gets put out there,
Up to this point,
their name's gonna
remember,
show
I
up
did not
on the
say
jail
nobody.
docket when we
No.
arrest them.
No, that is misrepresentation. I have never said somebody commit fraud in the whole 51-page report.
I don't understand how. I do agree with your tightening methods here, the policy, but I don't agree with not having any numbers to back up the three big numbers that
Tomorrow
came
morning, I'll
with
give it
this.
to you. It will not take that much.
Because I have people that are ringing my phone off the hook calling us liars and thieves, and I don't appreciate that.
Look, I don't work, for people opinion or anything. I do what professional requirement is. No auditor will put that kinds of detail in audit report for a variety of reasons. As the chief among them is, it will be like salacious, for the lack of a better word. It will create more problems than solutions. My approach is to point out things to you and to focus, is there anything we can do here to improve? Like I said, he was doing that with me, and I cited some example until this meeting. Always, I think people change their mind because of the television or something like that.
All night.
None of the things Mr. Fletcher told to me, he told me in private when we discussed. In addition to that, he put a written statement. He will be implementing those things. I'm very happy and very energized some of the things he's doing, because my intention is not to attack people. My intention is to save our city money. Because of that, when he did good things, I said on my report, I think he started doing, and hopefully he will be continuing it. Today in this meeting, for some reason, he changed his own accomplishment, for the lack of a better term,
Rolling the money in
and
the
is
bus.
questioning some of the things. It's unfortunate.
I don't know why everybody's attacking the auditor. He's telling us we need to, wait a minute.
Nobody's attacking
He's
anybody.
telling us
have
that we need to,
questions.
he's telling us we need to do better in our policies and follow our policy and P cards. I mean, it looks like we do need to do
Quiet,
better.
yeah,
Wait a minute.
And, wait, I'm not finished, but
but you've been
I
speaking
don't
all night.
understand why we're attacking him. He's telling us things that we need to improve. We need to say, okay, we need to look at it, look at our city manager, tell our city manager he needs to improve this stuff. But I understand part of
I'm
it, the
asking
backup.
questions.
The
I'm not
backup, too.
attacking him like you did our manager.
Yeah, because he's the head.
Oh, yeah, but, yeah, a lot of yeah buts come from
Nobody
over
will
number
not-
Hold
Following
it. It's
policy.
Commissioner Strickland's time, and he's the one that's asking the
I
question.
get interrupted frequently
Yeah, no-
in this
no-
room.
no
I sit and
interruptions
wait
of it.
patiently.
You did.
I have another question for you. What was your motivation on Friday to send us an email with this information in it? And somehow or another, before most of us even knew you sent us an email,
No motivation whatsoever.
Demi's gone. Channel 9 had it on TV at 10 minutes to 5. How'd that happen?
I do not know, Commissioner. First, let me answer your question. Me and
so you
Mr.
didn't send
Fletcher,
it to her?
not at all.
Okay.
Let me answer your question you asked. Me and Mr. Fletcher actually mutually determined when to release it. Why we did that? Because there is an ordinance, it says, the report should not be final until he give me the response. He gave me the response, I believe, Thursday, and after I read his response, I need to adjust the report. And I called him and I said, when is a good day we think we release it? And we both agree we release it on Friday when the report is fully completed. So there is no any nefarious thing like you are saying. He knows about it exactly when I'm going to release it. In addition to that, I have never sent the report to anybody other than you guys on that.
I knew that, but I wanted to ask you that question anyway.
I think, Mr. Fisher, you should speak. It is very surprising to me tonight because he worked with me very collaboratively. He answered my phone call. I share him what I'm saying. I explain the logic. I show him some of the receipt. He was in agreement to 100% with me, including the report release date. And we even discussed to consider a joint press statement together. I think this is 100% factual thing. And today, whether the camera, whether you guys, I think some of the things he said, it's not anything factual.
Mr.
While
Belichick,
I
with all
understand-
He didn't say it wasn't factual.
No,
He said no such thing.
yeah, I didn't say that. That's what I was going to say. I did not say it was not
Fine,
factual.
fine.
Mr. Mayor, I've been waiting quite a long time. I do have some concerns. I do. And my concerns go all the way back to those 15 TVs because we went on break and I never got to talk about 15 TVs. So my concern is that when we found out about the 15 TVs and then there was no follow-up afterwards. So he said there were 15 TVs bought, and then he used the word questionable. You know, the purchase was questionable was what you said. You said the purchase was questionable.
Still.
Wait a minute. And then when the mayor asked, did you follow up? And you said no. And he said, did you think you should? No, I have no intentions of following up. And I'm thinking to myself, you put it out there that it's questionable, and then you don't come back and say, I'm going to follow up on this. And that looks shady to me. And it makes the city look shady. And I don't like that. And you've done it several times tonight about you can shake your head, no. I know what I heard.
But there is a written report.
Wait a minute, I'm still talking. I know what I heard. And he questioned you 2 times because I saw the look on his face because he couldn't believe it. And he asked you a 3rd time and you still said, yeah, no, I don't. So you don't think that it's the same thing that what he's asking. You give the numbers and then you don't give the follow-up. You say, this book was purchased, this book was purchased. Did you ask what the books was purchased, what books were purchased, what were they purchased for, and then put the follow-up with it?
I did. I even get a response from him.
Wait a minute.
Your statement is not factual.
No,
simply.
she said the statement is factual.
No, because I asked him and I have a written response about the book. About the television, I say in writing, this require additional follow-up in writing. So when you say you did not follow up, that's a statement factually inaccurate.
You said it requires additional follow-up.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But then you made it seem like
no, I wrote about it.
Whether you followed up or not, you really just don't follow up. I know what I heard. I know what I saw.
It is
Please
written.
Don't overtalk me. Let me finish, please. And then when Commissioner Cantu talked about the books, you know, it wasn't in there that those books were for the book vending machine. You didn't say anything about the books being in a book vending machine. You just said the books. I said you didn't say that when you said it. You just said that she purchased the book, that the books were purchased, and they could look like they could go in any particular, anybody could buy books. But that could be the case with anything we do in the city. It does not matter what we purchase. It could look questionable. If someone went and bought food, it could look questionable. Did they get that food for their house? If someone went and bought a shirt for whatever, did they buy that shirt for themselves? You know, a personal shirt. It does not matter what you purchase in the city, it could look questionable. Now, we have no problem because we all talked about tightening up. We want to tighten up. I think it is evident that we want to tighten up. But it's hard for me to try and tighten up when you don't give the full picture, because it seems like 15 TVs were just bought out of the air and went home with somebody when there was additional information that I needed. I don't know what else they needed, but there was additional information that I felt like you should collect and give to me so that I could make an informed decision.
So I guess I see it a little bit differently. And the way that I see it is that is the point. The point is there is no information. And if you're confused about what, and you're requesting more information.
But there was information.
But 1 second. But that information only came upon questioning. If we are just looking at the receipts, which is what the process is, all the information needs to be there. We should not have to go back and do extra research work on information was supposed to be there.
We shouldn't.
No, but neither should.
He has to. Right now he's conducting an audit.
And that's his point.
He's helping us to make things
but that
better.
is his point. Every time that he says it, the point is it's not there and it needs to be there.
Okay, the point that I'm making to you, well, I'm not making it to you, I'm making it to him. The point is that if he does not go back and research it, how are we to know?
Why does he need to do that? It should have been there in the first place.
May I be allowed to speak?
If it wasn't there for our sake, for us, he needs to go and find the information and bring it back.
Maybe allow you.
He was trying to find the information and it wasn't there.
And he wasn't allowed to
Mayor,
speak.
just allow me one.
Didn't
Yeah, hold
ask
it.
anybody. He
This-
already said he
hold
didn't
it.
ask.
You guys stop going back and forth because it's her time.
Right.
I get what you're saying, and I get what you're saying, but I also hope that you get what we're saying.
No, I get what you're saying, but I think what Commissioner.
Because I'm saying the
Henry
same thing she's saying.
No, no.
I understand what they're saying.
What Commissioner Henry is saying, what I'm saying. The reason why everything she said look like no verification, because there is no any process. This is a bad culture. What I'm suggesting is, for every purchase
with it.
doesn't look like that, we need to create a standard, a policy. So I think, with all due respect, she means the entire
We
thing.
can
what I'm
agree on
saying.
that.
I think we all agree on that.
In addition, when I write the report, for example, I talk about it, not only there is a vending machine, but the full and complete response of Chief Drew. So to make that statement he did not verify is flat out inaccurate.
What? What?
Exactly. Because
What'd you say? What'd you say?
It's a flat out lie.
What'd you say?
I
He said it's a
put
flat
on
out
the
lie.
report.
Who?
No, I did not say flat out lie. I say it's not accurate because
You did not
if you
say it's
read
not
the
accurate.
report, if you read the report,
You did not say that.
I put the chief response under quote.
Okay, well, what is the purpose of interviewing the firefighters? You're gonna go interviewing the firefighters about whatever. What is the purpose of interviewing them if you're not gonna come back and report what they said?
I reported it. It's real. I quoted what the chief told me in writing here. You can read it for yourself. I said here. It is written here. The direct quote he said, I put it on the report. What else you want?
That's not what you said when you first talked about it. You did tell the mayor that it was.
Look, it's just unfortunate.
I'm
Mayor,
not
if
gonna
there
go
is any
back
other
and forth
question
with
I
you.
can answer, I think
I'm not
we
gonna go
should,
back
we
and
should
forth
take
with
this
you.
thing to a little bit the standard of the city require. I think this is just an attack on me from the beginning to the end, and I don't think that will benefit anybody.
Attack
You
on you?
you
100%
feel
the direct
you use the word attack.
With no question, I think
Okay.
anybody
No,
who sees this thing
okay.
will say
I'm
the same
talking.
thing.
I'm talking.
This man,
You guys, you use the word attack, and I'm sure you do feel attacked. And I am on both sides of the fence because that's where I am. I agree with the fact that these policies need to be tightened up. I agree 100% with what you just said. I understand the fact that this should be in place. I said to the manager earlier that when this is not in place and his report comes out, the fact that there are 15 TVs that are not accounted for, according to him, you should write out, you and your staff, so that this is a part of the response. These 15 TVs, this is what happened with them.
So what happened to
What-
the other TVs?
I don't know about the other TVs. This happened with these 15 TVs, and everything that he says in there should have an explanation. That's how the response should be. The response should be everything he writes, everything he said should be accounted for. But the problem is, for us, and maybe that's not what an auditor does. All you do is just just audit and just throw it out there at the fan, and then it sticks, and then this lady over here is enjoying that, and that's her right to enjoy that. But we know that there's another half of the story. And so I would prefer, and I'm not going to go back to the book vending machines, but I just think that when there's an explanation to some of this, we need to try to get it. And if Drew, if your staff was told not to talk to him, that just can't happen. And he's saying that none of that can happen. Because the one thing that we want up here, you cannot be a transparent city if we're hiding, no matter whether I dislike the tone or the way some of the things are presented. I am a grown man and I can handle all of that. But the reality is that if he's not given access to the information that he needs, then we're all going to look bad, and we can't have that.
We already do.
Well, we just can't have that. That has to
Mr.
not be
Mayor.
happening.
Mayor, can I speak just a minute?
Yes.
If you see what I said, for example, there is two findings I did not include it because people like Mr. Waller came to me. We work we discuss, we get the answer to it, we did not put it. So, do not assume I'm not talking. I'm talking outside the fire department to verify. Another finding, Mr. FH are aware of it, the chief financial officer came to me. She said, we don't have exactly what you are asking, but we have something that will do the same thing, and I take it out. So I, with good intention, want to work like you said, and not to put things when there is a solution. But unfortunately, for some of the things, there is no any solution is reached. In the middle of the audit, the conversation got to different direction, which I said in writing, Chief Drew acknowledged to me. And I think in private, I can share that email for you if you want. So instead of, I think this, what will be productive is, like you were doing earlier, to instruct the city staff to be cooperative, not to see audit as an attack, rather to see, is there something we can do better? And instead of defensive position, being open and just having good discussion resulted, you can talk to David Waller. I think he will tell you. I shared with him certain things, and he came back to me and he said, Mr. Balacho, I think take a look this and that. We discussed, and I told him, I will not include this in the report, and I did not. And talk to your chief financial officer. She came to me, she said, we don't have the exact thing you are asking, but we have something comparable, and I buy it and I take it out. That's not what I encounter in some cases with the fire department. I think they multiple attempts, including intimidation and many other things. Later, at least, to his credit, he acknowledged copying Mr. Fiecher and say, let's work together. I'm always willing and open to work. I think what I am insisting, though, and begging you guys to consider is, I think to set a tone of collaboration, openness, and transparency to answer audit questions. I think that's very, very important. It will benefit all of us. Whatever today is directed to me, I think, first of all, I've done these things for 22 years. Second, any certification in the country, I have it. This is not given to me by somebody. I earn it. So whatever it says, I think it will reflect more about the people saying than me, and I am fine with it.
Okay, Commissioner.
Okay, so a couple of things. First thing is, I would like for us to create a policy, and I'm willing to move that we do this, but before I do that, I would like to just have a quick conversation about this. Okay, maybe I'll move to it first, and then we'll have a conversation. How's that? Somebody wants to second it, they can. It goes like this. I'd like to make a motion that we have extra protection afforded to employees, vendors, even residents at some point who are renters to the city. I'd like to afford them some protection when they come forward and they provide information about what's going on in various departments or city functions or city government, because I have heard multiple times that either residents feel there's a hostile environment and they fear retribution. I've heard this from business people as well, and apparently in the fire department, if people have to do it clandestinely to have conversation and they've been asked not to have conversation, then that's a problem. It means that we cannot actually help ourselves. This is not about finding out more information to make it worse. It's about finding out what's wrong so we can fix it. And everybody sees it completely differently, right? From the secretary to somebody who's in administration, to somebody who's in middle management, they all have a perspective. And I do like well, that is my motion. I'd like us to have a conversation. Can I get a second that we provide extra protection?
I will second you.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is this different than the whistleblower laws? Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Mayor. The whistleblower laws protect city employees who make complaints in good faith about fraud, waste, and abuse. It sounds like what Commissioner May's talking about is some sort of protective action for residents. And
yeah, residents who live in certain areas, but just I need to understand exactly what is that protection, because if we have that protection and people still don't want to come forward, that's a problem for me. Then there is no protection. That's number one. So how do we actually let them know? What do we do to assure employees at all levels that they will be safe? They won't suddenly have citations or
Well,
memos
You're absolutely
or
right.
warnings, anything put on their record at all.
The Whistleblower Act protects employees who, in good faith, make complaints that, if true, would raise material questions about fraud, waste, and abuse. Does-
Residents too.
The
Mm-hmm. that's why I said
Whistleblower Act protects employees. And what it prohibits is retaliatory action against those
For
employees.
how long? So, for example, if I'm up for promotion,
It prohibits any retaliatory action. There's not a time limit, but it's a very nuanced area of law. The question would become, if there was an adverse action against the employee, was there an independent basis for that? Was there a pre-existing basis for that? If management is wrong in asserting its position that it can do that, then the employee is going to be able to file suit against the city and collect money from the city. So, this is something that the courts can enforce, and the city would pay a price if it acted incorrectly in that instance.
okay, again, my concern is that employees could help us, not hurt us, but help us by coming forward and saying A, B, C, and D. But if they come forward independently, then whomever is in charge or thinks they're doing something wrong or feels attacked is going to try to stop them at some level. At some level, it'll be a hostile environment because you have superiors who are ultimately in charge of what goes wrong in every single department. That's ultimately where it lands. So the next question becomes, that's my first, can we make it across the board to protect the employee that when you go into a department, you get to speak to every single employee? We try to make that happen for you. That you get to speak to at least 50% plus of the employees so that you can get some sort of verification across the board that this one said it, this one said it. You have multiple people saying it, not just 7. Would that help you at all?
No, it will help. That's why, again, repeating, I asked Mr. Fager for me to arrange every firefighter whatever it is. It did not happen, but, I did ask those questions. I have to say, some of the people who came to me, they are not willing to come to the office. I'll give you an example. Some people, they are not willing at all to talk to me in the city of Daytona Beach. I think one day I was driving my car, a particular firefighter is blinking the light, and I don't know what it was. I was confused. What did I do anything? It's a private car. Later I said, did I do anything wrong? My mirror down. This person said, follow me. And I was hesitant a little bit to follow a person, but explain and I follow. And we drove outside Daytona Beach, sit on a bar and discuss these kinds of things. Look, I don't know for a fact that person was threatened, but one thing I wrote in English, I will say in plain English, in the report is, the repetition and consistency of the allegation raise a serious question and require due attention to the people who's leading those kind of things. Not only I wrote it, I have a personal conversation with the chief. I said to him, why will be this is happening? And it's not necessary to mention what he said. He explained to me in some manner to verify those things. I asked a particular person, what he said, and what I get is completely unbelievable. Look, all of us, in my view, including the chief, Mr. Fiecher, myself, the commission, we are here for one purpose, to do what's best to our city. The most destructive thing on our face right now, we all holding territory and decide. And when we speak, we are not speaking, I think, objectively. I'll provide you a specific example. I remember on my contract negotiation, when we discussed about car allowance, this is $69.25 for auditor car allowance. And some of the commissioners say, flat out, we can't play the video. Why he need a car allowance? The same people, we are presenting for them $350,000 spending car allowance, and they did not say anything. You think this is objective? I think let us be realistic, let us direct the focus. How can we help one another? Look, if I miss something, I told you, I'm a human being. You should direct me. That's what I'm talking to you. And like I said, Mr. Waller directed me. He said, I think, Abinat, let's look at it on this view. Because good spirit, good communication, I responded to him. I'm not putting this in fighting. I think it makes sense. I'm not asking exactly what I'm even asking. A good example is, if somebody has another thing, will do the same thing, I'm willing to take it. Your CFO demonstrates that. I said to her, this thing is not there. And she said, you are true, right. This is not. But there is other thing, it will do the same thing. I say, prove it to me. I think she worked many hours probably to come to that reconciliation, but she did. And I saw the result, and I say, okay, we'll take it back. So I think the assumption, we are working in shadow to attack people. Why do I need to do that? I don't know any of these people. What is the incentive for me to do that? The reason, I think Commissioner Strickland asked rightfully why you did not attach all of those things. I thought that would be salacious to put those kinds of things. So I say, I give illustrative example. By the way, the reason even I put amount like this in the travel audit, some of the commissioners say, look, this is one example or two examples. By the way, think for a minute. I think those of you worry about the amount of money. Are we okay? $100 to be abused? Are we okay? $1,000 to be abused? So I think some of the conversation is distraction in my view, because collectively what we should say is we will not allow any taxpayer fund to be wasted, to be frauded. We will do all we can to protect it. I think commissioners say everything we can buy will be questionable. You know why that's happening? Because we don't have no process. If we have a process, everything we are buying will be justifiable. Segregation of duty is not a concept of Apple. It is a well-established internal control work in any organization. A single person should not be a buyer, a purchaser, a receiver, period. This is not rocket science. If you have those kinds of distinction, everything we purchase will not be questionable. Why? Because I buy books, I ask the commissioner to approve it, you guys approve it, I documented it, there is a receipt, this is not questionable. I wrote to what purpose and everything when I ask you. I bought food and I write, I purchased food for this purpose, Mr. Fletcher, can I buy it? He approved it, and this is not questionable. So the idea everything is questionable, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The reason why everything is questionable because we don't have no process, I am suggesting let's work collectively to get there.
Mr. Belichick, I think people need to be aware that you do have a fraud, anonymous fraud hotline that people can call or even go online and fill out stuff, and nothing goes through the city system. It all goes through you.
Believe it or not, people did not believe nothing. I mean, I told this thing is, I even say to people, for example, look, there is a mailbox in my office. You can you don't have to write your name. People say to me, did you see there is a camera in your office? I said, I think this is for my security. I ask those camera because I am by myself. The issue we have is, I think there is a whole lot of misinformation and not knowing what audit is. Say, for instance, people ask me, you need to tell me what my accuser is. This is not court. Some of the accuser, I don't know them. A gentleman, for example, I follow, and he gave me photograph and many other things. He was not willing to give his name. I did not care either, because I say, I will verify this information through other use. And whenever the evidence is not 100%, I did not write about it like, you guys are suggesting. A good example is the car wash thing. I did not say this is fraud, even though there is a legitimate reason to go there. Remember, the plate number they wrote is not a plate number. The receipt they provided is not the same receipt provided by the car wash. But I was so careful, I said, this is questionable.
Mr. Manager, what are the next steps, please?
Well, you all have requested, based off of information he forwarded to Commissioner Paris, to go through all of the items from the past 5 years. So we're going to do that. We're going to look at the difference between the non-accountable plan and the accountable plan for vehicle allowance and the potential for mileage. But all of the P-card transactions for that were sent in will be reviewed and documented and providing updates. If there's no receipt, as some of the receipts information he's provided saying there's no receipts, we will denote that. Or if there are receipts, are the reasonings why that may not, even though it's after the fact. That's the request that came from you all to send back to you all.
Okay, so then my next question is to the commission. I mean, what is our appetite right now? Are we saying complete the fire department, or are we saying let's go department by department, and then instead of having at the end of each department review, I call it a review, right, where you are meeting the various employees, doing your research, etc. We finish one, we finish all of them, and then we come back with a comprehensive, this is what I found across the board. Some things are pertinent to some departments, but there's something going on systemically where one department affects the other department in this particular way. Is that a better approach for us, or do we do this for every single department one at a time?
Well, just so you know, the state is going through the P cards for the whole entire city. That is one of the things.
Why would?
There was a motion.
I have a point of information for the motion. On the city auditor governing policy that we did, it does include whistleblower complaint. So I don't know if you want to look at that, Ben. It was 7A, but it was for city employees. I know that Commissioner May.
I don't think there's anything to look at. I
Right.
think employees have protection under the whistleblower
By
act.
state law.
Under state law, so that applies across the board. I want to include residents to that, if possible. I say that.
I think you should let me research that, because I don't think you want to necessarily create rights
Okay.
for people to come and try to take money from the city who aren't at risk from what they're doing.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of retaliation could be taken against a resident.
They could be evicted.
Not by us.
You can't evict them.
We can't evict them.
If they're tenants of us at some level, I've had business people say to me, I don't want to go to the commission.
Code violation.
Yeah, I don't want to go to
So
the
I've
commission
heard
and
it
say
too.
A, B, C, D. I don't want to contact this person because I'm going to apply for a permit at some point. Something along those lines.
If somebody has a
Let's say in
permit,
building. Let's say in building.
if somebody has a permit that's denied that shouldn't be denied, they have the ability to file suit against the city. They have the ability to complain to you about somebody who works for the manager, and you have the ability to get with the manager to make sure that staff is acting correctly. But if you do something more than what we're already doing, you're going to give people who may not always be
operating as best
virtuous,
agents.
rights and potentially damages against the city. I don't think that's
Okay.
well
So
advised
then
at this point.
I like the idea that Mr. Bellichu is able to speak to each employee in the department, not just one or two specific ones, because that seems to point them out.
Commissioner, that's already in the policy. The policy provides that the auditor has access to every employee in all city
Okay.
records. That is the policy that you adopted.
Okay.
The only difference for police and fire, and he acknowledged that if they want to bring a representative, they can. That is their union contract negotiations. Yeah, that's why I just said.
So are we thinking complete all departments and then have a one comprehensive presentation, or department by department? What are we thinking?
I like department by department, and I do want to say thank you for your presentation this evening. But I'd like to add to that is the other component that we've been discussing is that his report is vetted, and anything that can be answered, like the books machine and things like that, is answered before it comes to us and before it goes to the media. If it can be answered.
No, I can't control what goes to the media. So it's just twofold, and I think Mr. Bellichu will have to be the one to answer that, because we can't. Anything that goes back beyond the updated policies, he will be just bringing up that, okay, the policy was not followed. Unless he finds fraud or somebody's abuse. So when you say that, him in looking back, because he did the P cards for the fire department were for the past 5 years. So you're going to ask him to do research for all other departments for the past 5 years to show that the receipts weren't signed. So that's what you're asking. I'm just letting you know that what he's doing now is doing spot checks to make sure people are following the policy that has been recently implemented.
I would like the MARINA.
I want to be very clear on one other thing under the Whistleblower Act. In order for somebody to invoke the Whistleblower Act, it has to be a credible complaint about fraud, waste, and abuse, and it has to be made to the correct person. And in our organization, that's one of two people. It's either the city manager as the chief executive officer, or pursuant to the policy that you designated, it's Mr. Belichiw. And so I think it's important that if we're going to recognize the state statute, that we comply with the state statute as well. And if you as individual commissioners are talking to somebody who wants to invoke whistleblower protection, I would advise you that you don't have a lane or a role in that as elected officials.
We refer
And
them
we
to the
have a
city
written
manager.
policy. That's right.
City manager
Yeah.
or Mr. Belichiw, is that correct?
That's
We
right.
refer to them.
That's
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
I just need clarification on what the manager just said to me. So this was a spot check? This wasn't just an original?
I'm saying now, but, and he can respond for himself. Because of the updated policies, he's going to be doing his normal spot checks going around to see if people are abiding by the policy. What he's going to be doing, if you all vote previously, he's going to go back for the past 5 years for each department and do reports.
And that's where I was coming from. That if we're voting on that, which is what I want for every department for the past 5 years to be reviewed, is that when his review is complete, that whatever can be added that will validate why something was done, because we haven't been validating for the past 5 years. But if you know something, then say something so that it doesn't look, as if it's whatever term he's used, because he don't like fraud. Let me just go back to my report. Yeah, his review, or that is questionable. Let's take out any questionable concerns from his report, because he's having these findings, and I think that it's just time. Did we vote on when I talked about us looking at policies every 5 years? Did we make that?
Yes.
We did pass that? Okay. So this is the benchmark where we'll be looking now and setting the benchmark that every 5 years policies will be reviewed. So we won't find ourselves, or the commission after us will not find themselves in a situation where the policies are so old or outdated that they don't work.
Or not being followed when they already exist.
Exactly.
Mayor, one more time, can I interview? As a matter of fact, I don't know what this meeting done. In my view, no, seriously, we were working very closely. And some of the things I think he was implementing. I said in writing. I think this meeting is, I think, a go back in my view, because I think I call him multiple times. I think you can tell if I say the wrong thing. We meet multiple times. We discuss. He will tell me what he addressed or what he did not address. This meeting is a surprise to me, because in my understanding, we have established a good relationship. We both discussed about the audit is new, and the people probably are not familiar, and how can we address those kinds of things in the form of training and many other things. Look, I think I know I'm repeating myself, because of this collaborative work, reducing 4 cars is not a simple thing. Labeling many cars a logo is not a simple thing. This happened because I think while we have different roles, we understood and we worked together. And what I heard in this meeting is completely different what we did. As a matter of fact, some of the number I did not put about it. I have a direct discussion with him why we did not put the salacious things.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do we have to stop the meeting and then restart after midnight? I mean,
I'm not aware of anything that requires us to do that.
okay, we've done it in past years, is why I'm wondering, but when they've gone past midnight, they've adjourned the meeting and started because it was another day, but if you don't, then I'm okay with that.
I wasn't aware of that past practice, and,
Okay.
and I'm not aware of anything under the statute that would
Okay,
require
we'll
us
just
to do that.
Do you think it's a good idea to go back over every department for 5 years? or just some?
No, I think just some, because I think I said this to him. This is illustrative of the problem probably citywide. So let's give it a time and implement these things, and let's take a look at it. Will be the best use of the resources the city have for the city auditor, in my view.
Okay.
I think that's what you.
I have a question. We did a very thorough report based on the information you had, right? A pretty thorough report on the fire department. So who is ultimately responsible for signing off on documentation, looking at the budget, making sure things are getting paid? Is it finance or is it the fire department chief? Like, who is ultimately responsible?
So I said this also with Mr. Fletcher and in certain extent with Chief Drew. Under normal circumstances, what a good process will look like is the following. Say, for instance, we have fire department number 1. We have a person with P card. There is the Chief Drew, and there is his staff. Let us assume you want to buy something. You request the Chief Drew as a chief or somebody he designated. You write specifically, you say, I am planning to buy food for the following purpose with this much amount from this budget. Now he will review and he will sign. He said it's approved. And now different person with a P card will pay for it. With the receipt, all of this document is together, right? Now auditor will look at it or citizen will ask. No one will question because there is somebody requested, another person approved, another person paid. That is the basic idea of segregation of duty. What we noticed during the audit, a person who have a P card will go buy things sometimes for their own use. So one person is a payer, a receiver, a purchaser.
And would the chief not know about this?
Look, in my conversation with the chief, I think he was receptive on some of our idea until some point, and he changed his opinion. Again, later he wrote us an email and he acknowledged, I think, my observation is before this meeting, at a minimum, I was working with your city manager collaboratively, and he was addressing some of the things we are suggesting. I think, he called me and he said, look, we are planning to do this, or we have done these things. What do you think? I said, oh, this is very good. This is commendable. And I wrote it on my report. I said, I think they are addressing this issue. It should be commended. This kind of communication is destructive for the following reason. One, it will embolden people with bad intention. I was always talking about Bernie Madoff. You know what? Bernie Madoff get away with 20 years because people in power were supporting him. They say he's an innocent guy, he's an honest guy. And they are firing auditor and many other people. He did what he did. So I think people in leadership positions should support good initiative like what we are doing rather than the current conversation. If I was putting the list, I will assure you, some people will say, why do you do this? Just to create a sensation? Because of that, I say, I think this is not relevant. Let's communicate the biggest thing. He has the authority and the right to ask me any explanation about the report, and I will be willing and able to provide it. That is the whole purpose of I'm providing him the response. The report is giving me the response, right? So I think some of the characterization are unfortunate, and I think it will move forward probably with positive tone for the best of the city.
I got a bit lost in that. I'm sorry. So here it is. Did he know this was happening? Yes or no? Did he know? Did Chief Driscoll know this was happening? Was he unaware it was happening? Was it happening and he didn't know other people used the P cards? Did he sign off at it? Was he paying attention to it? Was it finance? I just want to know ultimately who is responsible for that. We know here the responsibility, we know who we're going to go to, right? Where is the responsibility in the departments? Is the department head who's ultimately responsible for it?
They are responsible, but in our report also we acknowledge, one can be, I'm not speaking about Chief Drew directly, a good firefighter, but that doesn't mean that same person is a good financial management person. Because of that, our approach is, look, each of us have different technical skill. Let us combine it, and that will benefit. If Drew did not know something, he will learn from us. If I don't know anything, I will learn from him, vice versa. That's why I gave you the example of Mr. Waller and the CFO. extensive finding I wrote. He wrote to me and he said, consider this way, that way. And when I think about it, and when I talk to him more, it makes sense. And I said to him, we'll drop out. My surprise in here is why I will do anything to achieve the role to firefighter. I don't know. As a matter of fact, he's the first person when I came here.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
What did you just say about that? I missed that. One more time.
Why will be the motivation for me to attack people? It's just there is none. I think I am objectively to suggest. Remember, in all things, recommendation. Some cases, people will say, "Look, you recommended. We saw your point. Will not do it. I'm fine." I did not say it in writing. Our standard will not ask me to instruct people to recommend.
I guess ultimately I find it disturbing that we have, I'm going to say it, that we have somebody in charge who's unaware of what's going on in that department to the extent financially that we're having this discussion. That's the part that I find disturbing. And we're not coming out and saying that.
I have told you before, it's all over the entire city and these P cards. I mean, we had contractors with P cards, and there is no accountability at all. No no one. No repercussion. Thank you. I mean, it's just like nothing to see. That's all I hear. Nothing to see here. And it's very aggravating. And now I see why the residents are so aggravated. And yes, I get very passionate about it because I have seen it. It's all citywide.
So now we're going to do something about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we are. We need to. But I don't understand why no one is being held accountable. Am I correct? I mean, that's what the residents are asking. This is their money. No one's being accountable. There's like, everybody keeps saying, nothing to see. The policies were old. And I can't get over it. I mean, I can tell you, let's say someone stole money, I'm gonna hold that person accountable if it's my personal money. This is the taxpayers' money, and we're not holding anybody accountable. And our top official is the city manager. He's been here almost 5 years.
Mr. Mayor, I asked many, and there's
Yes.
just one more time, and I want to read, I think, from the report, what I wrote about this issue.
Hold the microphone up.
Yes, sir, thank you. I said, when leadership promote accountability and transparency, internal control are strengthened, policy are followed consistently, justified, and well-documented action becomes the norm. Public resources are safeguarded, community trust is enhanced. When oversight is dismissed or minimized by finding something here and there, control may weaken or become inconsistently applied, policy gap can persist, wasteful or inefficient practice may be normalized, risk and recurring finding may grow rather than be resolved. I think, that's why, I was, before this meeting, encouraged very much, because there is not a single communication I have with him with a big pushback, no? I think I presented to him, he said, let's talk about it, whatever it is, he come to my office or I go to his office, we'll discuss about it and we'll say, okay, this makes sense. We were in a good road. I think the today's conversation, in my view, is a backward movement, and I don't think that will be productive.
Okay, well, we can move forward now. All right, Commissioner Strickland?
I would like to see us, if I can get any traction with this, and maybe get a little help from the city attorney. If we could tighten up when the information is complete by the city auditor, that when he releases that information, that it be done in this room with this body, with the public, and with the news people here, where we all get the information at the same time.
Can't do that.
What does that mean? I didn't know that this had been released.
That is the least of our problems.
Oh, you think it is?
Yeah, I actually do. As of right now, I would make a motion right now. His contract is up because this all is our city manager. And you guys might not like it, and I'm sorry, but I am so tired of this, the neglect of the poor, the accountability of our tax money. So right now, I'm going to make a motion, a 30-day notice for termination of the Derek Fiecher with cause, neglect of his duties, non-feasance, and responsibility and transparency. So I'm making a motion if I can get a second, because I'm done with this. It just keeps going on, and it lies with our city manager.
I'm going to second that. But I want us to have
Thank
a
you.
conversation about this because this also involves the evaluation that we haven't done yet. So I think we should also do the evaluation at the same time, right? This is a conversation we're having now.
For a 30-day
All right, we
notice
have a
of
motion.
termination
We have a motion and a
with
second.
cause.
We have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, before you vote on that,
You have to hear public comment.
well, not just that, but I'd like the opportunity to review the contract to understand and help you understand what the grounds would be for a for-cause termination. I don't have the contract in
Okay.
front of me. And if you do.
You are our attorney. I just made a motion. She made a second.
I understand.
You are not going to stop our vote. If no
No,
one
no,
votes,
I-
I mean, they can vote
I'm
against
only-
us, but we need it now.
I'm only suggesting that if you do a for-cause termination without grounds under the contract, you could be
I think
subjecting
there's
the
a lot.
city to
Look,
liability.
I'm going to give you some examples.
Okay,
A permit,
Commissioner,
no,
Commissioner.
I made a motion.
You made a
I should be
motion, and I'm
able
going to
to-
control the
I should be
meeting.
able to explain my motion.
Okay, and you
My
will be able
motion-
to. You will be
Okay.
able to. But we're going to hear from our legal advice. What are you saying, sir?
I would just be concerned if the basis that was stated in the motion wasn't a valid ground for termination for cause under the contract. I don't know offhand what those grounds are. And if you cite a basis for termination that isn't a valid grounds under the contract, you're breaching the contract. And so I'm not saying that's happening. I'm not prepared to discuss or give you any advice on that right now. I'd have to look at the contract.
We have not done an evaluation. The evaluation has been due for a few months now, right? So let's just take a moment, do the evaluations, that we have our evaluations on record, and then we further this conversation.
No, you motioned and you made a motion and you made a second.
Fine.
So you made a motion
we're
and
having
a
a
second.
discussion
And
about
I
this
can
now.
go on and on. Permanent licensing, been in the audit for how many years now? Actually, I didn't even know I was in an audit too. He started trying to buy the Beach Street building, which you weren't allowed by state law, the mobile permit, which you weren't allowed by state law, everything. We have city vehicles driving around without city tags. I can give you a list a mile long of why he should be terminated and his contract not renewed, because this is an embarrassment to our city, what is going on, and it's just nonstop.
I think the embarrassment is how we are presenting ourselves. I think we need to give him an opportunity to do the things that we're now finding. These policies have been in place for years. This didn't happen with this man. The previous administrator didn't change the policies. All of us have sat up here and we haven't asked to look at the policies. And you yourself tonight have said that we're the policy makers. And none of us have asked us to look at the policies. So now all of a sudden that the policies are coming before us and they need to be changed, we need to fire somebody.
Okay,
We spent too much time doing a national search to bring somebody here. We need to hold him accountable. And if he doesn't do the job, now that we're presenting to him what needs to be done, then we need to talk about letting this man go.
So he's been up here almost 5 years.
And so have you.
And he's been up here almost 5 years. He's in charge of employees. I shouldn't have to tell him the state law that all city vehicles should have city plates.
They've never had them.
Why? Okay, it doesn't matter. There is a policy in place. It might be old, but you still go by that policy. And if the manager or city leaders did not like that policy, they should have did a policy and brought it forward. They never did. So why are they allowed to not go by the policy that's already in place?
It was never gone by, obviously. Is that what you just said?
I'm telling you, yes.
Exactly.
So
we're a part of that as well.
Where does
we've
that
sat
lie?
up here and we've lived with
It
these
lies
same
underneath
policies.
the city manager who is in charge of the city employees.
There's a motion on the floor.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. And Commissioner May, we have discussion.
So here it is. The department heads are the department heads, and I've been going through this all night listening. I'm not hearing anybody hold Chief Driscoll account for any of this. We keep speaking about it's the policy's fault. I'm not seeing it that way right now. The way I'm seeing it is department head. Department head is responsible, 1 second, for everything that happens in that department. Knows the final everything. And in this situation, I'm going to have to say that if we're using the same logic, I would have to say all things that go wrong ultimately end with our city manager. But I have to add a but to this. I must add a but to this. Okay? I want to go back to that evaluation. All right? It's not just a one item issue. It's an entire city issue for the past year, let's say. So my preference would be that we actually do the evaluations and then we take our votes and do what we're going to do at that point. But this has been going on now for a year. We brought in an auditor who showed us all of these things. We do have a policy. 2006. So many of these things have not been followed. They've just flagrantly not been followed. It's unfortunate that it started with the fire department. That's unfortunate. But something has to be done in that department. That's the
Commissioner
first
May,
thing.
it did not start with the fire department. I am sorry.
It's okay.
It started with contractors having P cards within this city, and our city manager knew. According to our charter review, we have no say over the city employees. Nothing. They fall under him, and it's his job to make sure they are doing their job and following policy. That's why I'm holding the city manager responsible tonight.
All right. Any other comments from any other members?
And Not
Commissioner?
getting angry. I'm done with it.
Okay. Commissioner Parrish or Strickland?
I hardly think not having a yellow tag on your car is a firing offense. I also think that we don't have the, it's cute, ain't it? It's real cute.
It's really cute, yes. When you have vehicles driving around
Commissioner-
that no one knows if they belong
Are
to
you
a city
asking her a
employee.
question? Why you?
It's a kind of crazy
My
comment
whole,
to
my whole, my
even
whole
crazy
point
when it's
here
a state
is
law. It
we're
seems
still doing business, which you just,
No, you're the one that started.
Okay.
It still seems like we can't follow state
Just-
law with permanent licensing. We can't follow state law. I mean, no, he's the one that started it. Came
Yeah,
after
he
me.
did. He did ask
He
her.
did ask for it.
He did. All right. Commissioner, go ahead. Finish.
I will just say this, you know, I was bringing up the fact that we've been doing business for a long time through the media. And again, when this was released, we did business through the media. And that was all I was trying, the point I was trying to make was we ought to tighten that up. And I don't have a problem with the media getting it. I have a problem with the media getting it before we do. And so that was all I was trying to bring up there. I wasn't trying to start a war to make a motion to fire our manager. But since we've made that motion, I can't support that, and I'll just say that right off the bat. I'm not going to support that motion.
Commissioner Parrish?
Mayor Henry, in regards to the evaluation, the last one that was due was for 2022 to 2023. I don't know if anyone else submitted it, but I know I did. We're already on another year, which would be from 24 to 25. So we're behind 2 evaluations. The other thing is, as a resident seeing this on television, you hear 15 TVs, you hear $500,000 in maintenance, which violates our P card policy. I felt outraged. So this is at 5 o'clock, we get it. I'm not even able to process the whole report yet, and it's already in the media with all these findings. because of the findings, I did reach out to the city manager and Mr. Belichiu to find out what the itemized details were for approximately $500 in vehicle maintenance related to P card purchases, including whatever the description was, identification of the vehicles, and also the dates and timeframes. In regards to our P card policy being violated, I also asked documentation of any approvals or coordination with fleet management or the responsible department at the time, including whether the P card purchases for fleet related repairs were authorized, and identification of approving personnel and applicable policy guidance. The reason why I asked for this is because, you know me, I'm always asking questions. I need facts. I can't make a rational answer or decision on something if I don't have all the information. Right now, I don't have all the information, and I understand how people want to hold people accountable, which we should be holding them accountable. But when I asked about this $500,000 in vehicle maintenance, which should not have been put on the P card, I was informed that it was approved by some other person, whoever it was. I want to find out who, because we do need to hold people responsible, even if this policy was adopted in 2006. It's not that far off. So I also asked for other questions, the purchase of 15 televisions, what they were used for, locations, where they were installed. Then also there was information regarding the purchase of a premium beer can cooler. What is the intended use and justification? Details regarding approximately $50,000 in food and beverage purchases. Mr. Belichiu did send me a list, but it's a list with itemized, but I don't have any other further information. I just received it today, so I still have to look into it. And information also regarding purchases of shoes and clothing. So, I mean, for me, I need to have all this information answered, just like Commissioner Reed said that we need the backup information for these items that are being questioned. So I can't make an informed decision on this tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm not asking what y'all voting or anything, just if you have any comments. Okay.
And
Okay.
his contract is up for renewal, I believe, at the end of May.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We'll take public comment.
It's late 12/16. Mark, my address is confidential for law enforcement, prior law enforcement. Everybody knows that every government overspends.
What's your name?
Mark. Yeah.
Just Mark?
Yep. That's what I want to go with. They all know it.
Oh.
Is that okay?
Prior law enforcement?
Yeah, prior law enforcement address confidential under 119. Everybody knows you guys spend way too much. It's, what's that guy Blaze that has the fuck around and find out thing on his sign up there, the FAFO? Inglolia, yeah, we all know it. So beyond that, the police department has a real big issue that maybe y'all need to get a hold of, maybe the manager. Under oath, allows cops to lie. Remember the guy that choked someone, ringed him up? Remember the guy that punched a 67-year-old in the face? In deposition, sworn testimony, your chief explicitly said, yeah, he lied and corrected it, you know? So you got a bigger problem than just spending. You got a problem with following the law, like she said over here, following the law. You don't. That's all. It's late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Nicholson?
Mark.
And then I'll take Doyle.
John Epperson, 413. This is my 6th city manager. People forget Chisholm. If you look around and look at our sidewalks, our roads, our parks, there's been a great deal of improvement in this city in the last 5 years. Now, you're hitting him for these things that, well, 30 years ago we had a system put in place, and we haven't looked at it for 30 years, but now we're looking at it. Well, there's been 5 city managers in that time period. Why aren't we holding him responsible for something that, one, all of you commissioners haven't done, and all the commissioners before you haven't done, and the commissioners before them haven't done, and the managers before them haven't done? Do you understand? It's just, you can only do so much. You can only know so much, all right? I'm sorry, I'm happy with the way things are going, all right? I'm not happy where the money is being spent. I'll be public with you. Right now, we've been spending a lot of money in downtown. We've been spending a lot of money in Midtown and almost no money on the beach side. No general fund monies are going on the beach side. It's FDOT, it's state funds, but no general funds. It's all coming out of CRA funds, but it's not doing that in the rest of the city. So the balance isn't there. However, when I argued for North Beach Street before anything on beachside is because we needed to do that first. There's a priority. And right now, we have basically a black commission, and the priority is Midtown. And what we're doing is spending a lot of money on Midtown, but the sidewalks are all over the city. The paved roads are all over the city. The parks are all over the city. We are gaining a great deal, and there should not stop in the middle of this. She's been after him for the last 2 years. When she says, I will not talk to him, well, how can you ask him to answer questions if you don't ask him the question in the first place? She hijacks him at every meeting. You can't hijack somebody at every meeting and expect him to get an answer. So, as far as I can understand, there was an audit, and the whole thing about the audit is find out where the problems were. He doesn't give you a solution. He says that's your decision. I think this is a hijacking too bad. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach, USA. That means united. I've lived through too much. What you need to understand here tonight is you need to be a leader. An audit is only an investigation to tear things apart. I've been through investigations. It's to pick people apart. I've stood behind more than you think. To make money, you have to spend money. If you don't spend money, you don't make money. That's a fact. I'm a homeless man. I've been watching y'all spend money. That's okay with me. Don't be afraid of the cameras. Find a solution and fix it. That's what you better start looking at. Stop pointing fingers at each other and be united or step away. That's your choice. And that's Doyle Lewis speaking. Right now, you are going to make a leader or you're going to step away. That's the way it happens. The auditor did a good job. This is his audit. I don't know who's been putting it into the news, but somebody did. Now the fire's on. You either gonna cool it down with the fire department, or you're gonna heat it up with the fire department, because that's what they do best, 24/7. Hardest working people I've ever seen. If you don't have the guts to come up here and say something, maybe you should step away. I came here tonight because of the date, April Fool's Day. And I seen that tonight. And it ain't even April Fool's anymore. It's the next day. So, either be a leader, let the auditor do his job, keep the heat on, or put the ice on it. My name is Doyle Wayne Lewis. and I've been watching for longer than 20 years, longer than that law you put in place. You afraid of the state? You make the state. You're one of the cities. Show it.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I say something?
I have more speakers.
Oh, sorry. Can I say something or should I wait? I can wait. Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Nice, and on deck is John Counts.
Good morning, everyone. Well, this is a great time to make great changes. And I know a lot has been said this evening that's very uncomfortable. It's hopefully life-altering for our city as well. We have the chance to improve on transparency, resiliency, accountability, and what you have brought up, Commissioner Cantu, the answers need to come. I mean, this is the way government runs these days. This is not how it has been run, but it's time to make that change. And thank you for bringing up the points about the taxpayers' money, because it's a concern. It's a concern for most city residents, U.S. citizens, and I really appreciate all of your thoughtful comments as well, to take the time to carefully evaluate and see how we can do better, because this is unacceptable. Beachside is a complete mess right now. It looks bad, it feels bad, and we have tried. There are many volunteers in our Seabreeze group. We spend time daily trying to keep our area nice, and it's a lot of work, but we all have to push through and do better. And Commissioner Paris, I appreciate your comments about wanting the information. And Mr. Bellichew, I thought your presentation was remarkably accurate, thorough, and extremely diplomatic. This is a very difficult time, and I just commend you all for pushing through. Let's do the right thing. Let's get those answers, and let's get better management. Thank you.
May I speak? May I speak? Oh, they're all done?
I still have speakers.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that. Sorry.
My next speaker is John Counts, and on deck is Drew Driscoll.
Greetings all. My name is John Counts. 100 Bent Tree Drive, Zone 5. So evidently from the evidence that's been presented thus far, I think it's beyond a doubt that the city manager and perhaps several before have been negligent in their duties. And I sympathize with the position that you must be in. You know, you either by design or by accident fell on the gravy train. You didn't expect that the gravy train would end now, but the gravy train ends now and you're on the caboose. Sorry for that. But I don't think that that's just because it's been going on for a while. I don't think that that's a valid reason to let it continue for any amount of time. Whether by design or by accident, you say you want, more information. I'm sure we all do. However, I wouldn't stay my hand at sacking at least one guy that ought to be sacked. Like he's, whether he's got his hands in it or not, he is responsible. He's at the top of it. When the tree falls, if you're the guy in charge, it's only reasonable that you get sacked as well as anyone else that's being held to account. Whether by design or by accident, the information that you seek, Commissioner Paris, is probably not going to come for a long time. I wouldn't wait until you dig a hole, to find all of that information before taking the action that to be correct. So I urge you to vote yes on the motion to sack Derek C. Fietcher. Thank you kindly.
Our next speaker is Drew Driscoll, and is anyone, another member of the audience want to speak? If you can raise your hand. Nope.
Drew Driscoll, under Florida Statute 112.82, I'm claiming my rights afforded to me as a certified firefighter of the state of Florida, and under Florida Statute 112.3187, I'm claiming protective status as an employee reporting to the appropriate authority gross neglect of duty and suspected violations of state law. The men and women of the Daytona Beach Fire Department proudly serve with courage, empathy, and unwavering dedication to the community. They risk life entering buildings, they cut deformed metal to rescue people from cars, they set aside their family during natural disaster so they could respond to the community's needs. And with their hands, they routinely bring back to life citizens who may have otherwise passed from this earth. I hate being in this position, but the seemingly subjective report furnished by the city auditor unfairly and potentially negligently disparages and brings harmful discredit upon the men and women of the fire department who serve faithfully and have absolutely nothing to do with the decisions or purchasing decisions of the Daytona Beach Fire Department. To confirm for the community, our operational firefighters do not use city funds to purchase daily food, clothing, or anything else that has been implied. The firefighters you see every day responding to emergency calls on fire trucks do not have the ability to make department purchases. All department purchases are made under the authority of fire administration. Furthermore, the IFF Local 1162 and the members of the Daytona Beach Fire Department have always been supportive members of this community, whether it's Grandparents' Day, Swim Safety Day, surfing, teaching CPR, you name it. To the Daytona Beach firefighters and all the members of the Daytona Beach Fire Department, in your continued commitment to serve others in their time of need while having to face claims false, implied, or otherwise is the testament of your selfless dedication you provide to this community, and as a resident and coworker, I'm forever grateful. I have concerns when it comes to potentially, I'll say that, that's a good word, the potential intervention in a formal investigation from city commissioners regard to a formal city investigation into a Florida State firefighter who is being investigated. I have concerns when a formal complaint from an employee outlining significant allegations of wrongdoing on part of the auditor go unanswered. However, they get answered by the auditor that it may be seen as an attempt to interfere. I'm gonna use the 11 seconds. Abinette, I agree with your best practices without a doubt. That's why we've adopted them into our new policy. I wish that we did have a short disagreement as the reportedly this and that continues to be made. I did apologize to Abinette for that. I'm a greater professional and leader than that. But whatever comes out of this audit, I'm hoping that the state auditor actually takes a look at it, or someone, a third party, takes a look, because the food purchases alone that you received yesterday, as of 5 o'clock this evening, they only total $26,000. They contain purchases from other departments of the city. They contain purchases made for this city commission, whether it's hot dogs and Grandparents' Day and all these other things in my role as deputy city manager. Even though they were properly accredited to your accounts, they still showed up as a false allegation on the fire department audit. So I look forward to the state attorney general. If you're interested in auditing the audit, I welcome it. But otherwise, to Daytona Beach firefighters, thank you. And to the community we serve, thank you for allowing us to serve you. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Can Can we just have a conversation? Sorry. You know, I've been taking a lot of calls for a little bit. I'm sure all of you have also been taking calls, right? I'm sure, Mr. Mayor, you've been taking calls about different things that are going on as well, right? So, you know, my opinions represent and reflect a constituent base in my zone, where when I've spoken with them or received calls from them or business communities that I've spoken to, which have expressed concerns, strong concerns about the way the city is being run right now. That's the best way I can put it. It's the kindest way that I can put it right now. You know, I can only say we're investigating. We have an auditor. I can only say those things for so long before it doesn't ring true anymore. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, because I have to, as do all of us, we have to face the public every single day. Firefighters have to go to the grocery store. People are wondering, how are you buying your groceries? I do understand that. They are not using P cards for that. They've always spent what little money they make on their own food. I'm aware of that, right? But as a city commissioner for Zone 3, and having spoken to my constituents, I have a position on this, and I have to represent them the best way I can. So I still believe that we need to have the evaluation, but I will represent my constituents throughout Zone 3. And Zone 3 is very diverse, very diverse. It is not homogeneous at all, and I recognize that. And I've spoken to many members in that zone, and they also have an opinion. So, when we're ready.
Okay.
And I'm actually representing my residents as well, and my residents have a huge concern as well. I know he said many events, but I'm not getting, there's P-card purchases with the fire department, individual purchases at the chart house. Do we have anybody going to the chart house on the commission? We have a commissioner that has went to the chart house and an individual purchase on a fire department. And who would that be? Because no one approved that.
The chart house receipt, which I have, it was a meeting with economic development groups of bringing a international soccer program here. It was hosted at the chart house. The mayor, myself, Drew Driscoll, George Reckenwald with the county, and 4 other individuals were in attendance. It was a event to bring in a national soccer program to be built here, and I do have the email, which I will forward to your attention. And that took place, I think, in 2022 or 2023, and I have that receipt in the backup documents was provided to me because that request came in from a commissioner, and I received that today, and I can share that with all of you.
And was that an individual purchase? Yeah, I would like to hear from you.
Okay.
I think it's the same thing that I was saying.
And
the chief is one of the things, for example, I say about the food purchase.
Microphone, sir.
The things I say about the food purchase, if you remember, if you documented it properly, this will not be an issue, and I'm suggesting documentation. I can show you right now, it is here. I have many Dunkin' Donuts, Publix, ham, and whatever it is. Let's take it just sake of argument, Chief Drew's argument of $26,000. So is that okay without documentation to spend $26,000? So I think the conversation is always to pick something and to distract. In addition to that, I requested the firefighting department P-card report, and that was provided. So whether it is charged for the commissioner or for anybody, this is used, the P-card of the fire department, and I'm auditing those kinds of things. And like I said repeatedly, what I'm talking about is what is saying, and right now I can pull a variety of receipts with no justification, whether donut or coffee or sandwich and the different things. So I said in my report, this is not the right way of doing, on top of there is no any separate budget line. I think for him to say it's subjective, again, I think it is doubling down. I think in my communication, he apologized personally for his lack of good communication in writing. I think the chief make several conflicting and contradictory statements if he brought these things related to vehicle and many other things.
Okay.
So
You're off topic.
yeah, it is unfair, I think, for him to level.
Yeah.
I am subjectively writing
Okay.
a report.
You're
I
off
thank
topic.
you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Most people would explain, but when I go, and I have meetings every day, when I go, I buy my own lunch out of my money. So what makes it different for an employee to go to lunch with people and buy their lunch off taxpayers' dollars when we're not budgeting that? I mean, it's not right. When I worked in the business world, when we bought birthday cakes, all the employees, we chip in money.
Okay.
I mean, so I see what the residents are saying. Yeah, a birthday cake, no big deal, but it starts adding up. And this is taxpayers' dollars. It's not our personal money to go eat at Chart House.
So you think that he should go do work for the city and then spend his own money?
Okay, was it
working
one
for the
individual?
city? It was him, the
Was
mayor?
the Chart House one individual bill?
Yes, it was one bill that was paid.
I mean, one bill for more than one person?
Yes. It was the group
Yeah,
that,
actually I do, because
You
the
think
city
Drew should
manager
have to- you
makes
think Drew-
$300,000 with benefits, almost
Regardless of what
$400,000 a
he
year.
makes, you think Drew should have to go to a meeting to try and bring a big soccer program here and to bring people together, but Drew should have to pay out of his
You want me to
money?
answer that for
I
you?
do.
Okay. I actually think Drew's position is a conflict of interest. He is the deputy
So
city
that's not what
manager.
I asked you. I'm asking- I wanna know-
And I'm getting ready to
I
answer.
just want to know, do you think he should have to pay for that?
I actually do. Because it's a conflict of interest. He's the deputy city manager and he's also the fire chief.
I get that.
Now, how can he represent his guys doing both? And yes, I do, because
get
he's
that,
been
but
driving
no.
around on a city car.
No.
Oh, yes, he has, because he
No,
lives
I'm
down
saying
the,
to you-
he lives down the street from me.
Just let
He's
us
been
finish.
driving a city car
You can
with
go.
no city
You can go
tags, driving it during the day. I've seen him at the grocery store with it, and no offense, because I like Drew. But, yes, the taxpayers are paying for this.
Okay.
I'm paying my own car, I'm paying my own
Okay.
shirts, I'm paying my own gas.
All right.
Commissioners have always done that.
Okay.
Right, but employees should be doing that too on their time off.
All
But
right.
it's not their time off. It's they're actually
I
at a meeting.
think, however,
I
the,
disagree.
I just think that the issue was answered as it relates to Chart House.
If you have anything that you want to give to the commission, give it to my staff, and we'll make sure that they get it electronically.
Yeah,
This isn't the most efficient way. to
I'm
do
gonna
it.
need you to sit down with that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. I
Oh,
called the
oh,
vote. We have a second.
Okay,
So-
and now I'm, everybody's had a chance to talk. You clarified the Chart House and whether we agree with that type of expenditure or not. What we find is that there is a lot of that takes place. And I think that it's verification of the need to make certain that every loophole is tied and that every purchase is not only documented, but that it can be properly tracked and traced. And so I think that no matter what happens with this vote, that moving forward from this night, we have to find a way as a city and as a commission to get better and to meet the needs of the public and the expectations of the public in a way that is, I dare say, more professional, more efficient. And I say that both from this dais as well as our staff. We have things that we need to improve upon. And to the end that it is true, I have heard and had a remarkable number of comments, calls, emails from folks who have varying opinions. Some do feel that, you know, we are not in our best state of management. There is of how things that have happened in the last year, 6 months, year. There is a feeling that among many that the manager is under personal assault. People have expressed that as well, just as John expressed. And you know, that's right. And I've always said that when you are a manager of a city, that's a part of what comes with the territory of a job of this nature. Sometimes you're going to be maligned, attacked, and some of it's going to be justified. Some of it is not. I do believe that the citizens of Daytona Beach deserve some things that are better than the way that we're doing them right now. I firmly believe that, and I buy that. I do believe that a lot of the reason that we are where we are is because we have people who are on our team, the city's team, who have deliberately taken information and not necessarily brought it before this dais, passed it into the press, created a sort of a whirlwind of negativity that surrounds the city. All of the information that has been press-driven has not been press-initiated or determined by the press on their own. And the press should not be the enemy of government, and it's not the enemy, should not be the enemy of elected officials. But I just believe that there's not a full accounting of transparency as to how we have interacted with the manager and some of the things that have been expressed. So I also believe that a lot of good things have taken place. And the good, as it relates to the city of Daytona Beach, have been enormous in terms of when you look at the number of roads that we have resurfaced, the number of sidewalks, and contrary to what John said, they have not all been in Midtown. They have been all over the city. When you look at the number of new businesses, the growth that the city has undertaken, enormous amount in the last 5 years. While I recognize that you will from time to time, the life of a manager in a city usually doesn't last 4 or 5 years. You know, that's about the end of a normal life of a city manager. We have been a little bit different, being that the last manager was here, I think, 16 years. But I have a sneaky suspicion that the same violations that were made during these last 4 or 5 years were made for the majority of those 16 years. And many of us were here, but that manager was not attacked in the same way. Even, much of the issues that came, and so that doesn't mean that we shouldn't hold the manager accountable. We do need to hold you accountable. We need to make certain that you are holding every department, every staff member accountable, and that's where I would ask that we begin to tighten that up. Even the report, the response to Mr. Bellichu's report should include, much of the information that we're hearing tonight. Once you get that report from him, it's really not his job to clean that up. So we are asking that in the future, moving forward, that will happen, that it will be cleaned up. And I'm going to say that as we move forward, and I do not believe, and I will speak before the vote happens, that this will be a successful motion tonight. But I will say that it should be, it should leave us with concern to make certain that the changes and the improvement that the community is calling for, that all of that takes place, and that none of us engage in deflection or, I dare say, any form of excuse making moving forward. We have a motion, and there's a second on the floor.
And I'd like to say a few more words before we vote on this as well, since I did make the motion. I think it's really difficult that a commissioner asks for information all the time, and they say that I just come up and surprise everyone. That is absolutely not true. I have videos up here, and the attorney knows. I have a video here about permanent licensing, about those 11 F-250s. And I still couldn't get a straight answer from him. So, and why does a commissioner have to do a record request? We are head of the government. And when I do record requests, I don't get the information that I asked for. And I find that very difficult because it always feels like it's a cover-up. I mean, right now, those 11 F-250s, I'm still trying to find out. I approved those, and I know I approved those out of the excessive funds that we are not allowed by law. But now, since the state's in here, and I've went back and asked him, he will not even give me a straight answer. A commissioner should not have to work like that. And don't act like you, I have the 3-minute video, and I will send it over to you.
Well,
and
okay.
I'm just saying, it's everything. Everything is, you are ahead of the city.
Okay.
I didn't speak on
Okay.
how I
Yeah.
feel, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to say that if I'm in a meeting with my boss and she's recording me, I'm probably going to be very mum. I'm not going to say very much that would make me look or feel, because you just don't know. I mean, I would hope my boss would not record me. That's the first thing, but that can be a very uncomfortable feeling, and you don't know what to do in that particular situation. That's a very bad situation to be in, very uncomfortable situation to be in. But my point is this.
It was audio.
I know.
Okay.
But my
Okay.
point is this, and that is that I did have some concerns too as far as some of the things that's going on. Now, I probably didn't get as many calls, but I know that people do have concerns. I have concerns. And so my goal, now that I'm finding out what I'm finding out, now that I've learned what I've learned, is to hold the city manager accountable, is to make sure that he holds everyone else accountable, but at the same time to make sure I'm supporting him and giving him the support that he needs to make the changes that I want to see, that the residents want to see, and that the community wants to see. I'm going to support him in doing that. Whatever you need me to do to make sure that we are successful as a city and we look good as a city, that is what I'm going to do. I can tell you one thing. Zone 5 has never looked so good. My
That's what
residents
matters.
always
It
talk
happened.
about how wonderful my zone looks. And I've never had a city manager, I've only been through 2, so that'll tell you. I've not had a city manager that was just as invested in Zone 5 and cared about Zone 5. My residents talk about it all the time. Streets are paved. Our streets are paved. Our parks are getting fixed. There are activities, constant activities for the adults, the senior citizens, the children. Anything I need done in that community, the community is being cleaned up. We never had our community being cleaned up in Zone 5. There was always, if there was paper or trash, it just was nothing. And I talked to the city manager. I told him how upsetting that was to me and everyone in that community. And the community is cleaned. Zone 5 has been cleaned. Sidewalks. 8 years ago, I ran on sidewalks. We had a young girl who was hit by a car in Zone 5 because she was walking in the road and it was nighttime. And that is where I looked at my community and said, when I run, I am going to run on safety and making this community a safe, walkable community for everyone here. And she was walking from the community center. So we have children walking from the community center in the dark with no sidewalks. There is a long sidewalk from the community center. There are sidewalks now where our disabled can take their wheelchairs and they can go up and down the sidewalks. No one has ever cared about Zone 5 the way the city manager has cared about Zone 5. I had my community meeting last night. He was there talking to the residents, handing plates out, feeding the residents. He comes to everything in that community. Personally, when the children have a show or a game, he shows up. There's never been a city manager that shows up outside of his job that I've experienced, that shows up outside of his job to support the children in my zone. To support the senior citizens. I need you to be at the senior citizens. They want to talk to you. To support the senior citizens in my zone. Children going to state. The basketball team goes to state in my zone. He shows up. The football team went to state in my zone. He showed up. He mentored boys on that football team. If I needed things for that football team, for that high school football team, he showed up. So there's not just a man that shows up for the city, he shows up for the community. Are there some things we need to work on? Yes. Are we going to work on those things? We absolutely are. We're going to work on those things. We're going to get those things right. But two things matter here. Making sure he has the support he needs and making sure staff morale doesn't go to the ground, because a city cannot run when staff morale is gone to the ground. And I want staff to be encouraged. I'm going to support you to get it right. You're going to have my full support to get it right. Don't be discouraged. We're going to work together. We're going to get through this. Those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, the city manager has done a stellar job of connecting with people. He's done a fantastic job of it. He attends many events. He has brought new ideas to us. He has created a community spirit. He has done many improvements in many parts of the city, all of which I think are absolutely fantastic. And I'm grateful for them. We did not have that much participation before. And what I really enjoy about him is that he shows up to these events and he will have conversations, and he's in multiple places at one time. Don't know how he does it, but he does it, okay? So from that perspective, I'm on board. Fantastic. But from a business perspective, and that is the side that I'm looking at right now, from a business perspective, I've spoken with people who are business leaders who are wondering how we're doing this, because if this were any corporation by now, we would not be in this position. We would have stopped the bleed a while ago. When things started going sideways, we would have made some changes. City government does not work like that. I recognize that. But I still believe, as always, that that opinion has to be represented. Commissioner Cantu has an opinion that she's representing. I'm representing an opinion also. Mine does not discount all the fantastic things you've done. fantastic things, right? Really good, wonderful things in business as well as in community. But these things are serious and they are severe, and and so I recognize they have to be changed. But the other opinion still has to be present. We cannot just go around saying we're fixing things, and we are. But we have to all say, and this is where it stops with this person, with this department, with whatever. So I'm representing a position here that residents and some business leaders do feel.
Any other comments? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. We'll entertain a roll call vote at this time.
Commissioner Henry?
No.
Commissioner Reed?
No.
Commissioner Paris?
I'm a no this evening.
Commissioner Strickland? No. Commissioner May?
Yes.
Commissioner Cantu?
Yes.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
No.
Fails 2-5.
All right. I don't even know what part of the meeting we're on.
Say again?
What, this is commission comments?
Is it?
Is that what we're in?
Yeah.
Who was the commission, who was the commissioner comment?
Oh, God, no.
We never got to commission comment. Yeah.
What are we doing?
Commissioner
This is
Henry?
very short. On last night, we had our Zone 5 commission meeting and dinner. It was a huge success. Residents heard from Chief, and they were happy to hear from him, so much so that we had to stop the meeting and let them know that that was enough for tonight. We had to keep it moving. And so I was very pleased with the turnout. John came. John, thank you for coming. John came to my meeting last night, and so Mr. Miller came. So some different people from the community came. It was mainly for Zone 5, but I love to hear all perspectives. So I love to hear from all of the community. It was a wonderful meeting. It's a beautiful meeting. We're going to see you again on April 28th at YSG. The residents would like to see someone, Mr. Manager, from permits and licensing, and they like to have someone from code enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for pitch hitting from me last night and helping get the passing out things that needed to be passed out. I appreciated all your support as well. And staff. Staff always goes above and beyond. Inga, Keith Willis, all of them always go above and beyond to make us shine, or to make me shine. I can't speak for anybody else. To make me shine and make me look good when I'm doing things in the community. So we had our Easter egg hunt. The Majesty had their Easter egg hunt, and it was a great success. There was tons of children. There were eggs everywhere. So it was great to be a part of that and to be able to support that particular event. And we have some more events that we're working on, some more things that we're planning on. And that's it. Those are my comments for tonight. Good night.
All right, Commissioner Reed?
Yes, sir. I had the privilege this past week, along with a couple of my other colleagues, Commissioner May and Commissioner Strickland, of attending our memorial wall recognition. Oh, you were there as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful site to see and recognizing our Vietnam veterans. We have the 5 flags from all of the branches of the military. I also had the opportunity, and joined by some of you as well, to attend Embry-Riddle's Centennial Gala. We're 100 years old. It was a great evening, had by all, as well as the Volusia League of Cities had their 50th gala on Friday night. That was Thursday and Friday. Then on Saturday, I was an oratorical judge for Jack and Jill's Southern Regional Conference at the News Journal Center. I want to bring to your attention that the Shred event that I partnered with Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is on April 18th. That's open to every citizen in Daytona Beach. If you want to get rid of old bills, old news, whatever the case may be, we just ask that you bring a pair of a pack of T-shirts or socks as a donation for the homeless shelter. And we're going to be doing this at Mainland High School in front of them gymnasium. And it's just a drive-through. You bring the socks. It's going to be Crown is going to be there, and they take your items out of your hand and they put those items in the shredding machine. This is probably our 5th or 6th year doing this together. And we just want you to come out. And we have flyers for this. I'm sure this is advertised on our page as well. And as you all know, it is now April, and April is when we have our Crab and Seafood Festival. So the Shred event is one Saturday on the 18th, and the Shred event is on the 25th. The Shred event is from 9 a.m. to noon on April 18th, and the Crab and Seafood Festival is April 25th, that Saturday from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m., and then there's a Midtown concert that follows. And in recognition of time, I'm just going to say that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Parrish?
Just quickly, it's our sesquicentennial. Please excuse my voice. I'm just a little bit under the weather. DB150.com. There's sponsorship opportunities available if you'd like to help us sponsor one of our events for the festivities. Also, last week, I participated in the Community Champions with the Council on Aging. We went to deliver Meals on Wheels. And I just want to say that the volunteers for Meals on Wheels are the true champions. And just the residents that we saw, I was able to bring some city manager newsletters, and a lot of the residents were really happy. And one lady, I went into her house, she's like, yesterday was the chief of police, now a commissioner. And she was just so excited. And she's like, well, what can I do for you? I said, please just pray for us. We need a lot of prayers. So thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Hey, thank you.
I've got nothing. Good night.
Good night.
So last week was pretty tiring, and we were over at the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. They had the 100th centennial dinner, and it was a fantastic event. Myself, the city manager, the mayor, Commissioner Strickland, Commissioner Ken Paris was there. A long night, but a very fruitful night, so that was wonderful. Next night was League of Cities, and I got to sit with Mr. Redmond, a waste trash person, fantastic person, does a lot of good work for us. And then I was at the Dickerson Center today, and I'm becoming a regular there.
Oh, yes, you are.
I'm becoming a regular, and I encourage, they kind of don't want me to tell people, but I encourage you to go. Today I taught some chair fitness, and I really enjoyed doing it. So I will probably be doing it regularly for a little bit. So it's Wednesdays at 11:30, and I'm doing it with the senior group, and I'm enjoying the experience. So our city offers so many things. And I will say that wherever I go, again, the city manager is there. He stays up all night, and he attends the events, and I think it's wonderful that we have good representation as we meet the community. But I'm glad that we're going out and doing these things. For me, it's a little bit tiring because I don't eat at these events. So I'm always bringing grapes in my purse, right? Or nuts or something like this. But it was worthwhile to go, and I like seeing our community expanding. So thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not going to be long. I'm tired. I'm not going to sit up here and act like nothing's wrong in this city, but his contract is up at the end of May, so I think we need to sit and discuss this, what we're going to do, because he is up for renewal on the contract, so I need that, I guess it needs to come before us. So, Ben, will you be bringing that before us?
Are we doing an evaluation first? We should.
Okay.
So I believe I'm in charge of the evaluation.
Okay.
But I did contact the manager on Monday, and I let him know that I cannot do the evaluation. And the reason is that I may have to go to Canada. I have a family member right now, and I have to be able to go. If I'm given 24 hours to leave, I have to be able to leave when I can leave. And so I don't want to do the evaluation a disservice. I let him know that on Monday. And so he's actually been keeping tabs on me. A couple of times I was a bit distracted, but he's been keeping tabs on me to make sure that my family members, that I haven't heard anything. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. So I'm just letting you all know. So you may have to appoint somebody else.
Okay, I will appoint Commissioner Reed. Congratulations.
Mayor and city commissioners, do you want me to forward you a copy of the employment contract?
That and the evaluation form. No, it wouldn't come from you, but Jim Sexton.
Okay.
Yeah, but the employee contract would be good.
And when is the city attorney's evaluation?
Whenever you.
We need to do that also. But let's do the manager first, and then we'll do his right after that. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Your contract's not up, is it?
The anniversary date of my hire is June 16th.
Coming up, okay. Okay, and the only thing I'm asking is, we are a mess. I just feel like our city manager does not take responsibility for anything. I mean, anything. And it's my turn. You can sigh all you want, Mr. Strickland.
How many times you gonna say this?
Because I
Okay,
heard you.
just let her go. It's her turn. Her time. Not turn time.
I just feel like we don't take responsibility for anything. The manager is the head of government. Anytime I come to him, there's always an excuse. And I know I'm repeating myself, but there's a policy in place. We weren't going by that policy. And the employees fall under the city manager. We have no control of the employees. So that's all I have to say. So I can't sit up here and act like, oh, we're just, nothing to see here. So good night.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'm feeling malnourished and like I have run into a ghost from Ghostbusters tonight.
You're feeling malnourished? Is that what you said? I don't feel malnourished. I have grapes.
I feel malnourished. I want to say this, that tomorrow will be the ribbon cutting at the Jack. I will not be present. As my children are growing up, they are going everywhere. Even today I was in Oviedo for my son's band performance for MPA. And as they get closer to leaving home, I will very often be where they are, but I will not do my best not to forsake most of my duties here. But I will not be there tomorrow, as there is something else that he has going on. And they changed the time on us. It was 4 o'clock, then it was 4:30, now it's 5. But anyway, I think this is one of the milestone moments in our city's evolution. The Jack, and it's been recently rated as one of the best ballparks. And you just think about the many things, including the Jack being restored. While we've had this city manager, you look at the Esplanade, you look at what's going on downtown on Beach Street, what that looks like, the plans for Main Street, and while there may be a feeling of a lack of accountability, and I understand that feeling. When you have issues, people want accountability because people like to see someone's head roll very often when there's issues. But I also have to look at the bottom line of what a city manager does. Has had a great and tremendous rapport with the Chamber of Commerce. Many of the business constituents that I'm privy to are proud partners with him and work well with him. I think about even Amazon's arrival. There's just been a lot of great things that have happened during the tenure and the time that he's been here. So I don't want us to get it all twisted. We have some oversight issues that I think are problematic and that need to be addressed, and we will address them. And I think that's been stated tonight. But I'm not going to let anyone sell me on the idea that our city is somehow in some great decay, when the reality is we have made a rapid and tremendous ascension in a lot of ways that need to be celebrated. And so those things that we don't have right, let's just get them right and continue to push forward into our destiny. Do you have any comments? No comments?
No, ma'am.
No
Mr.
comments.
Mayor, I'd like to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
After going to the veterans presentation, Commissioner Strickland and I got a tour of the Jack. It is absolutely gorgeous. Jim Jaworski walked us through. We saw the the home side, the visitor side for the locker rooms. There's meeting rooms available, opportunities for citizens or groups to actually use those spaces. And they're thinking outside the box that they won't just be hosting baseball games, but they can use the facility for other things as well. And I just have to commend this commission on the decision to make that choice to save that particular capital project that we hold so dear and are so recognized for having.
Yeah.
And I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, okay, good. I also think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that BCU president will have his installation services the week of the 10th, and I will participate on behalf of the city. It's been mentioned about Embry-Riddle 100 years. I wanted to mention that this year, Jackie Robinson marked the 80th anniversary of when he played baseball here in Daytona Beach for the first time, which I think is another celebratory moment of significance. Okay, no comments. We'll hear from the residents of Daytona Beach at this time.
Our first speaker is John Nicholson. On deck is Catherine Panty.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. One, what time at the Jack?
5.
Okay, because
The game is in the evening. They changed the ribbon cutting is at 5, then the game follows that.
Okay.
Ribbon cutting 5.
reason why, because I also took a tour of the Jack. He was very, very gracious to do it. And I told him that I opposed the $30 million originally. For the city of Daytona Beach, that's a lot of money.
It is.
All right? But for the future of the city of Daytona Beach, we needed his facility. We needed that location to be occupied. It couldn't sit empty, all right? So I would encourage everyone in the city, if you can, show up. If you can't show up tomorrow night, at some point this year, go to at least one game, all right? We need to support him as he supports the city. Secondly, again, I have to make a comment about A1A. You all don't realize in those 5 city blocks from ISB to Seabreeze, you're going to have to stop 13 times with traffic lights in 5 blocks. So 3 traffic lights every block. Do you know how many tourists we have that are going to be pushing those buttons to cross the street? Traffic is going to stop dead. So I'm asking you to take a look at it. Secondly, when I was at the library this afternoon, the guard came up to me and said, "What's going to happen with the bicycle rack?" Well, I don't know. When they do that wall, okay, they're going to have to take away the bicycle rack. But they're also, what's going to happen when they go down the Esplanade? Remember we gave that section to the Esplanade? That's an old seawall there. They're going to have to tear up everything they did to put that seawall in. So that's something else we have to think about. And lastly, Paula, you made a comment, which I have to agree with you. A lot of what happened this evening for like 3 hours, he didn't have a chance to do his presentation. He got interrupted. We had to sit through it. Not only you had to sit through it, we had to. But and the mayor made a comment, why do we have to hear all this minutia at the last minute? There should be a third party. I know you don't want to hear this, but at some point, his job is only to bring these items before you. He's not to do all this periphery stuff, all right? He's only going to bring to you, we need to change this. We didn't do this documentation correctly, which is basically the only thing he was saying. We didn't document, that's all he's saying, and it's your chance to change that, all right? But the city doesn't need to hear that. So that lot of minor garbage should be taken care of ahead of time. If you could do that, we don't get a black eye with the city.
John, we agree, and that's why a lot of cities don't have an internal auditor. Most of them, a lot of them don't, because they don't like the transparency of that.
Our next
Comes with
speaker
that.
is Catherine Panty, and on deck is Doyle Lewis.
Jeez.
Catherine Pante, Daytona Beach, address protected. Well, I think tonight is a prime example of why public comment needs to be moved to the beginning of the meeting
Yeah.
so that the residents don't have to wait to voice their opinion. This is like almost 1:30. So good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for a simple but meaningful change. Move general public comment back to the beginning of your meetings. That was changed under our former city manager. Public comment is not just a procedural item. It is the foundation of transparent, responsive government. It is the one time in your agenda where every resident, regardless of influence or resources, has an equal voice. Placing that opportunity at the very end of the meeting sends the wrong message, that public input is an afterthought rather than a priority. Years ago, this change was made under a former city manager, and many in our community believe it had the effect, intended or not, of limiting participation. When meetings run long, residents who work, have families, or are elderly simply cannot stay for hours waiting for their chance to speak. As a result, voices go unheard. Look around us. Most cities and Volusia County itself place public comment at the beginning of their meetings. They do this for a reason, because it encourages engagement, increases transparency, and builds trust between the public and their elected officials. Moving public comment to the beginning does not disrupt your ability to conduct business. Instead, it strengthens it. It allows you to hear concerns, ideas, and perspectives before decisions are made, not after. This is about accessibility. It's about fairness, and most importantly, it's about respect for the people you serve. I urge you to restore public comment to the beginning of your meetings and reaffirm commitment to open and inclusive government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our final speaker tonight is Doyle Lewis.
Good evening, Doyle Lewis, United States. I'm only going to talk on a couple of things. City tax dollars. There should have always been receipts. As a business owner, I know that. You used to have to save them for 7 years on a private business. Then they changed it to 3 years, as far as I know. And then on top of that, you have storms, flooding, and fires. You're probably not going to get a lot of those receipts with all the storms and the flooding. Some of it probably was lost. E-bike parking. There's more e-bikes going around. A lot of them have large tires. Need some new bicycle parking around where the tires are fit in and stuff. You have to replace some of them. There's a lot of bikes out there that don't get locked up. That's about it. You've added apartments and stuff and some more going up on Beach Street. That's going to really make things great. And since you've mentioned Jack, I'm thinking you were talking about today instead of tomorrow because it's the 2nd.
Yeah.
All three of you said it was tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's today at 5.
That's right.
And
You're right.
as I'm going home today, which is so early in the morning, I'll probably get pulled over on my bicycle. I'm going to be out late. I got about 6 miles to go. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Good night, Daytona Beach.